Hello, everyone. We are live and we're going to be answering questions, specifically Patreon questions, until we run out of Patreon questions. Then I will post a link to YouTube members so they could come up and talk to us live on air. So, again, if you're a patron, you get to send me your questions and I'll answer them. And if you're a YouTube member, you get to come up and talk to me live on air, and we'll have just chat with, audio and video, or just audio if you prefer that. Okay, but let's first go through the Patreon questions. We have 7 questions today. And Soha is confirming that audio is great. Thank you so much, Soha. Cool. Let's go through the questions. Rob is asking, do a lot of people in Iran hold a grudge against Russia for the Russia-Persian wars of 17th and 18th and 19th centuries? What were you taught in school about these wars? That they were horrible and that the Iranian Shahs agreed to certain deals with the Russians that were embarrassing and shameful and a curse upon Iran today. It's a dark memory of Iranian past. And so here's the thing. This is like very political. I don't even know where to start. So the Islamic Republic of Iran uses this history as a way to show how horrible the kings were, how horrible the monarchist system is, because it was under the Iran at those times, just like most times, used to be under the rule of a king, or it was monarchy. And these kings, especially the Qajar Shahs, agreed to negotiated after losing battles and stuff, negotiated deals with the Russians that gave away a lot of territory, a lot of Iranian lands to Russians. And until this day, people remember, people today talk about it as if it was some of the greatest strategies that has happened to Iran, which is kind of weird because there are Iran has went through famines during the same times, and millions of people have died, and people don't learn much about that in history, but they do remember about losing territory, which is kind of suggest to me. I mean, it doesn't suggest, it's kind of obvious that a lot of people care about losing land more than losing lives. Soil matters more than blood to people. And so this is a shameful part of Iranian history to show how pathetic and weak were our kings for them to give in so much territory to the Russians. Never again. This is all of that. Okay, so but so that's the Islamic Republic's narrative. However, the anti-Islamic Republic narrative, the Iranians who are against Islamic Republic of Iran, against the government, against the regime, they use the same narratives to you're doing this again. This is happening. This is the same agreements under you people is happening again. They give our territory and we hate them. All right. Remember, the people in Iran who are pro-monarchy, they are specifically pro the Pahlavi dynasty. Okay, the pro-Iranian people that are extremely pro-monarchy, they remember the Haqamanishis, or the English version of that is the Achaemenids. They really like the Achaemenids. They jizz over the Sassanid dynasty, and they are extremely pro the Pahlavi dynasty, which was the last dynasty. Literally no one likes the Qajar dynasty, which was the dynasty before the Pahlavi dynasty, right? So people like to hate on the Qajar dynasty because they were pretty horrible. They were unanimously agreed upon the worst dynasty in Iranian history. But it was under their ruling that a lot of these lands were lost to a whole bunch of other people, including the Russians, right? So they're don't use the Qajars as a way to be anti-monarchy. They were the bad ones, okay? In fact, under the Pahlavi dynasty, which came after, a lot of territory that was supposed to leave Iran was kept by Reza Shah. So see, Reza Shah is a good king. You guys, on the other hand, the Islamic Republic, you guys are signing deals with the Chinese and Russians that is basically selling away Iranian land and Iranian territory and Iranian interest and Iranian oil and gas to the Russians and to the Chinese for free. Basically, you're giving so that you can stay in power. So they're accusing the Islamic Republic of Iran, sometimes accurately, that you have well, not some, and this one specifically accurately, that you have isolated yourself internationally so much, okay, against, most civilized countries on the planet, that you have to give in to the demands of the Russians and the Chinese on very unfavorable terms, into deals that is hurting the Iranian people, just so that you guys could stay in power. So there's like one of the um, chants, like one of the I don't know what it's called, anthems or whatever, and the Iranian like revolutionary songs, like that. Yes, I don't know what it's called in English. The things that they chant, okay, is like "Na Sharqi na Gharbi Jamhuri Islami," which means no to the east, no to the west, only the Islamic Republic of Iran. Because like if you look at the look at Iran, they're kind of in the middle of the map, right? But like a lot of Iranian people are making fun of that, like because you claim to be like so independent from the world, you self-reliant, you don't need any country to be independent, you're like the independence of Iran. This kind of has led into a lot of protectionist attitudes, right? Protectionism, you know, buy Iranian, build Iranian, don't like anti-trade policies, a whole bunch of crap. But like that seems to be the motto. I think that's a good, yeah. But in effect, they say like it's not no to the west, no to the east. You said like you have said no to the west, and you have cornered yourself into the east, that so much that like yes, you are saying yes to the east. In fact, yes to everything to the east, giving away everything to the east. So don't act like you're anti-west and also like independent from the east. You are Iran. The Islamic Republic of Iran has made Iran into a puppet of Eastern regimes, including mainly Russia and China. So this is basically boiling the like Russian. When you see any agreement between Iran and China or Iran and Russia, many Iranian people, their blood boils. And the agreements that they had in with Russia, because of the losses that they had with them in history, the ones that Rob is mentioning, people remember that as they use it as reference for a way to say that those are happening again. So yeah, Iranian people, fortunately and unfortunately, remember their history very well. Well, some of them do. Because I say fortunately because it's good to know history so that you could learn from it. But a lot of Iranian people also know their history as a way to hold grudges against other people. I mean, in this case, they're actually kind of, it's fair for them to do that. But like, for example, Iranian people like keep referring to history, some of them, not all of them, as a way to be bigoted or racist towards many groups of people. I mean, even like with the Russia situation, this is why a lot of Iranians have become, because of the Islamic Republic's dealings with them right now, have become anti-Chinese and anti-Russian, right? And on the Persian, like I have a Persian show called Jumhuriye Bi Khodayan, and that's why on that side I also try to do activism and say like, hey, this is blame Putin, don't blame the Russian people. Like I try to, one of my major focus on one major thing that I focus on the Persian side when I do my activism is to fight bigotry and racism. So, and unfortunately, history, which is supposed to be something that you learn from, sometimes also is used by a lot of people as an excuse for racism and bigotry. So it doesn't always lead to good conclusions knowing their history. Okay, D is here. D is saying listening at work. Amir is saying, why is the picture of the what? Okay, I'm not going to read that. Okay, motto. Yes, thank you, Amir. All right, so I'm seeing some questions. Perfect, Dawa. I emailed you about us having a discussion about MEK. Maybe today, if you want, if we have time, you could come up as well. But I did send you an email. Did you? I don't know if you saw it. So we're gonna have our own discussion specifically about MEK, hopefully on the Persian show, because I think that those people would appreciate it a lot more if we talk about it there. So yeah, let's have a talk over there, okay? Satya saying, "Can I join at 7?" Well, what time is it now? Where you? I don't know how far in the future that is, so I don't know how to answer that. Okay. On Benjamin's question, I'm going to start it. Hall 9000's questions. I'm going to start it. I mean, okay. Satya is saying, okay, in an hour and a half. Yeah, maybe, hopefully. We'll see how long this goes. Probably yes. But you already have the link, Satya, so just use that. Anyways, let's go to the next patron question. I think I did a very good job answering Rob's question. I'm very proud of myself right now. Okay, next question by Gusala Kuchik. Gusala Kuchik is saying, food price inflation in Iran reached 80%. Is there any end in sight? No. Oh my God. The end in this, the end would be in sight if, okay, probably, okay, because economics are complicated. Things leads to something else that nobody could tell that it would have happened. Black swan events happen all the time. Like, I don't know, some crazy person in Russia decides to invade another country. Nobody saw that coming. So these things are unpredictable. But one thing I'm almost sure that would help, but I don't know if it would be a good thing, is if the JCPOA went through, right? If the Iran deal went through, then that would probably help a lot with inflation. We just had the nuclear talks in. So I'm not going to talk about the JCPOA right now because I think your next question is about that. But yeah, so basically that. I think the end in sight would probably be okay. There's two things. Okay, first of all, there's so many things that their stars are aligning together to curse Iran and the Iranian people. Okay, the biggest curse is the Islamic Republic of Iran. But like the things that are making it a perfect storm for inflation in Iran is that everywhere, first of all, there's a global inflation issue right now. But what makes it so much worse in Iran is the sanctions and the JCPOA looking like it might not happen. Okay, so there's drought, there's global inflation, and there are sanctions because the nuclear deal doesn't seem to be going through. Okay, however, the drought doesn't seem to fix itself anytime soon, or ever, probably for Iran. The global inflation, that at some point is going to go away, depending on when Putin passes away, or I don't know what happens. Okay, that might at some point that's going to go away, but the most important element that we have to see is in the next couple of weeks or so what's going to happen with the deal, right? So that's the most important one. Ibn Qayyim is saying, Armin, please let Perfect Dawah come on the live stream. It will make for a great viewing for the audience. Okay, I mean, Perfect Dawah, you want to come today? Perfect Dawah? Like, Perfect Dawah, why do you act so dramatic? Like, I'm going to have a talk with you. Like, oh, if he doesn't let me talk, he's a coward. He's so scared of my knowledge. Like, I'm talking to you like a normal person. Why are you so dramatic about these things? Like, come, oh, he's not going to talk to me here. Come to my channel. Like, dude, chill out. Okay? This is not like, oh my God. Okay, Perfect Dawah. Well, let me answer the patron questions. We're going to have, after we answer the patron questions, I'm going to have the end of the show. I'll bring people up, okay? I'll email it to you. Okay, so where were we? So we answered this one as well. Let's go to the next patron question. And again, remember, if you want me to answer your questions, you could become a patron. Link to our Patreon account is in the description, okay? Okay. Gusara Kuchik is saying, give us the latest nuclear talk updates. How do you think things are looking for the future of a deal? All right. So for people who don't know, the deal that is being referred to here is the JCPOA. It's the deal between it's a basically Iran nuclear deal that Trump threw away, and now Biden is trying to clean up Trump's mess, and it's not looking very good. And it's not Biden's fault, to be honest. Like, I've seen a lot of channels blaming Biden, like this was a campaign promise, why are you not doing that? And they're like, they don't mention how much it's the Iranian regime that is making it difficult, right? Like, Biden has done has gone beyond what it could have done. Like, they have done everything. The Biden administration has done everything to make this deal possible. Okay, but everybody that is blaming the Biden administration for this deal not happening, ask them if they know what the Iranian side wants from the Biden administration, and that the Biden administration is not able to give, or they say it's refusing to give, but it's something that the presidency cannot give. Right? The two main things that the Iranian regime wants from the Biden administration, and the Biden administration cannot give, and the Iranian side knows this, is a guarantee that the next president is not going to throw away this deal, and for IRGC to be removed from the terrorist list. Okay? The problem with this ask is that it is not within Biden's power to do this. This requires Congress, and Congress is not going to vote for any of these things. Okay, so first of all, anything they're negotiating with the president, anything the president makes an executive action is something that the next president could undo. So how could Biden give you something that he can't? Like, what do you want him to change the Constitution of the United States, to change his powers, all of a sudden give you something that he cannot give you? Both of these are not negotiable, and both of these were not part of the original JCPOA deal. So they're asking for things that were not part of the original deal that they want to bring back. They want to undo Trump's mess. Well, this is not undoing it. This is like adding to it. They're making it impossible. And on the very day, like every time the Iranian regime comes on the table and acts like a goddamn child, like people like keep like, hey, this is what we want. I'm like, well, we can't give you. Like, well, this is what we want, because it seems like, because they're not idiots, so they must know. Like, they don't want the deal. The Iranian regime is happy with not having the deal. Okay, because it's not having the deal has made the more radical parts of the Iranian regime come to power, right? And the more radical parts of the Iranian regime has been the part that has always been against the deal and benefits from not having the deal. Okay, economically benefits from not having the deal. They basically they will have a monopoly over a lot of Iranians' economy if they don't have free trade with other countries. And even though the economy of Iran will suffer, the gap between the power of IRGC and the power of the people will widen, because everyone suffers, but the people are suffering more. So it makes sense for them to act like they are wanting the deal to happen, but ask for things they know the other side cannot give, so that the deal doesn't happen. So don't let people blame the Biden administration for this. One. Two, on the day, even after all these, childish demands from the Islamic Republic of Iran, on the very day that they give one more chance for the Iranian regime to come up with an offer that they could accept, the Iranian regime launched missiles that they know that it would be considered illegal under international laws. On the very day, missiles that could potentially be used for nukes. Like, what is the message here to the outside world? Like we're not serious about this goddamn deal. I mean, they're trying to make it like every time the West tries to do something, especially the Americans try to do something for the deal to go through, they make it difficult, because the radicals in Iran are trying to signal to the trying to hand over something to the conservatives in the United States to be like, why are we doing these deals with these people? They're like, oh my God, actually, they're like moving one step closer to making the deal happen. Quick, Abbas, fire the missiles. Fire the missiles that could that could be used for nukes that will be considered illegal under international laws and stuff, right? Like, so that the right-leaning Americans go like, hey, look at these idiots. We cannot have a deal with them. So they want to fire up. So both the people who don't want the deal in Iran and the people who don't want the deal in America, they're kind of like helping each other, making this, like, indirectly helping each other to make sure that this deal doesn't happen. But I don't know if the deal could still happen. It just looks very unlikely. I'm not saying if the deal happens tomorrow, don't tell me like, oh my God, you told me the deal is not going to happen. It just seems very unlikely. Okay, fine. Okay, so one reason why Perfect Devil, I'm like wondering why you want to come up here is because not that many people know about the MEK here. On the Iranian side, everybody would know what you're talking about. Over here, a lot of people are like, what like, who are they? What is this topic? Like, not that many people could relate. Maybe let's just give an maybe intro 101 if we want to have it here. But please, like, if I bring you here, could you also have this discussion on the Persian side? Can you like confirm here that you will have the same discussion on the Persian side? Because I want to have this discussion on the Persian channel as well. Let me know if you're okay with that. All right. So that was the question in regards to the nuclear talk. I think I did a very good job with this question as well. That was very good. I'm happy with that. Let me see. All right, next question. Okay, so Perfect. I was saying I need to go to my family. Okay, fine. Let's send you the link right now if you need to go to your family. Okay, I'm going to email it. If you're going to your family, I will answer the rest of the patron questions after I have this discussion about the MEK. Let me see if I could find your email. Okay, I emailed you. I replied to the email that we have, email chain we have. I emailed you the link. If you need to go to your family soon, so you could come now, I'll answer the rest of the patron questions after I finish the discussion. Come. The link is there. Okay, I'm gonna wait. Let me see. Please talk about the fall between Iran and Turkey. What could this mean in the long term? Should I start answering this now, or because I don't know if Mushtaba is gonna jump on any moment now? Let me just see what you guys are talking about. Your Friendly Muslim is saying should be a fun stream. Hey, Friendly Muslim, you can. By the way, you can join me at any time you want. I sent you the link as well. And then Kaim is saying, Muji has convinced me to financially support the MEK. Okay, well, your choice. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Oh, Friendly Muslim is here. Hi.
How are you doing, bud?
Good. How are you?
Very well, my friend. Very well.
Have you ever heard of the
Perfect Hour?
Yes, hello.
Oh,
hey,
fine.
how are you?
Yeah, fine, thank you.
All right, so we have a Friendly Muslim and we have the Perfect Hour here. So we have two Muslims, one atheist.
All right. Just I would like to say about your Persian channel. Iranians, they usually watch MEK's channels, and they know about Iran, and if they need to know anything, let me explain. If they need to know anything,
because
they can contact MEK. But because you're English viewer, like Friendly Muslim, he doesn't know anything. And you were talking about MEK last time, okay? So that's why I need to talk about MEK here, all right? and tell them that you were lying a lot about MEK, all right?
Mhm.
So that they know that your version is absolutely, the version that Iranian regime tried to prescribe from MEK, and it has done it in
Wait,
43 years.
before you start, people have no idea what you're talking about.
But you were
So
talking about MEK, yes, last time.
I know, but people are like, what the hell are these people talking about? Okay, can you
Yeah.
tell people what the MEK is first?
Yes,
before you
MEK,
go?
yes, okay. In reality, it should be last time, okay. But anyway, MEK is an organization that was built 57 years ago, fighting against Iranian Shah, the king, the dictator of the king. And then after Iranian revolution, they started to fight against this fascist Khomeini. All right, they had already their fight, of course, in the jail, Shah's jail. They had their fight against the mullahs, because the mullahs were saying the Marxists are najas, they are dirty, and so on. MEK was against them, saying that your Islam is trash. Okay, so they were fighting inside the Shah's jail, and they said that if you take the power in Iran,
Okay, perfect.
we
But
will
the way
fight
you're
you.
explaining it, it's hard. People are not gonna, because I think you're using a lot of words that you think people will understand. Okay,
Okay, you
you're
said
not.
explain
Let
about
me.
MEK, so I was explaining. Yes.
I know. But your explanation for people who are not familiar with Iranian history, your explanation is not going to make much sense. Okay, so let me just tell what you said to people, and then you could tell me if I'm misrepresenting you. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're
Okay.
saying the MEK was an organization that used to fight against the dynasty, the monarchist dynasty, the Shah, right? They
Yes.
used to be in power before the Islamic Republic of Iran took power. Okay.
Yes.
And they were the dictators, and they were fighting them then. And then when the Islamic Republic of Iran came to power, when you say the mullahs, you're talking about the regime of the Islamic Republic of Iran. When
Yes.
they came into power, you're saying the MEK started fighting them as well, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So yeah, go on, continue now.
Yeah. And anyway, since that time, they have been fighting, and they are the biggest opposition to Iranian regime. And of course, the regime.
Oh, sorry. And you mentioned something else as well. You mentioned that the MEK, the reason why you were saying that the Islamic Republic of Iran, you were criticizing the Islamic Republic of Iran's version of Islam, is because your claim is that the MEK has the proper Islam, and they're using the Islam the correct way, but the
Yes.
Islamic Republic of Iran has a wrong version of Islam, an evil version of Islam, and this is not true. As what we're seeing in Iran is not true Islam. What the MEK has is true Islam. Correct?
One more thing is that, first of all, that's correct. Another thing is that the regime of Iran is not, first of all, not Islamic, not Republic, because Republic, everybody know, changes every 4 years. And it's not Islamic because they are a bunch of mafia terrorists. You know yourself, they are a bunch of mafia. They rob people. Okay, they are absolutely a bunch of liars. You know very well that they absolutely don't believe in a single word that they say themselves. You know yourself that the leader is now over $95 billion rich. How he got this money? He robbed the people. So they abuse Islam. They just lie about, about Islam. They abuse the religion like many, like Adolf Hitler abused nationalism. Okay.
Don't mention that guy's last name. YouTube doesn't like that. Right?
Okay. Anyway, so people abuse different things like nationalism, language, and so on. The mullahs, they abused Islam, and those like Ayatollah Muntazeri, who was the second man in Iran who really believed in that backward religion. He really believed. He stood against Khomeini. So those who really believe, those who really believe, they stood against Khomeini. Even though they are backward, their Islam is backward,
So
religion.
perfect. I don't think anybody here is pro the Islamic Republic of Iran. So we don't need to keep mentioning how evil the Islamic Republic of Iran is. Okay, so
Yes.
I think we're all here on the same page. Okay, so we don't need that. Okay.
Okay, but another
Yeah,
thing that you
go
were
on.
saying, you have been saying that MEK is worse than Iranian regime. This is really you don't understand this much, that this is a humiliation to Iranian people, that the regime itself is worse than ISIS. It's a backward Stone Age regime, and the most educated people in Iran who are in this organization, they are all engineers and doctors. They are worse than the regime. So the signal it gives to people is that Iranian people are a bunch of barbarians. They don't have a good, alternative to this regime. And the biggest organization is worse than the regime. Okay.
Okay,
So this is.
so let me translate. So let me translate, because I think like a lot of people are going to get confused about what you're saying. So what you're saying is that I have said, okay, so that the
Many times.
MEK, yes, many times, I have said that the MEK is worse than the Islamic Republic of Iran, right?
Yes.
The organization, right? And you're saying this is an insult to the Iranian people because I am questioning their reasoning capacity, because I'm acting like Iranian people are idiots, because a regime like the Islamic Republic of Iran is as bad as ISIS. So for me to say that MEK is worse than the Islamic Republic of Iran is an insult to the understanding of Iranian people, right?
That they are all engineers and doctors, okay, highly educated
All of
people
them.
in Iran, and they are yet, and the biggest, alternative to this regime, the biggest, enemy of this regime, the biggest organization, they are yet worse than Iranian regime, and you have not a single proof that worse than Iranian regime should be that they have killed millions, they have stoned at least one person more than Iranian fascist regime. They have chopped one hand more than Iranian regime. That makes them worse than Iranian regime. But they haven't done a single of these barbaric acts that Iranian regime do. And you say they are worse than Iranian regime. How can it be possible? I can say that friendly Muslim is worse than ISIS. I have to have proof. Or I say Armin is worse than ISIS. I have to have proof. I have to say Armin killed, for example, 200,000 people, or chopped their hands, or he stoned people more than ISIS. And then I can say, yes, Armin is worse than them. I cannot just say without any evidence. You say MEK is terrorist. MEK was in the court, the second biggest court in Europe, and in London's court, and in Washington court in many, many years. All these governments, European governments and US government, they couldn't come in many years with a single evidence that MEK is a terrorist organization. And these courts, they said that MEK should be removed from terrorist list because they are not terrorists, okay? And these governments, they were forced to remove MEK from terrorist list. How can you say that MEK is a terrorist organization without a single evidence? Please bring your evidence, and then I leave MEK right now. Can you give us a single evidence that why MEK is a terrorist organization?
Okay, well, do you want me to gather all the reports and then we could have a show?
Listen, a single terrorist attack that MEK blew up this building, for example, okay, and killed so many.
Well, there are a lot, okay, but obviously
one. And I don't need a lot. I just need one.
Can you wait?
Yes, give me one.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of reports, okay? For example, but before I get to the reports, before I get to the, human rights violations, to the attacks, to, the suicide, attacks, and all, self-burning, and the killing of their own members, and the camps that they have, and the brainwashing of the children, and the killing of their own fellow Iranians during the Iran-Iraq war. There's like tons, okay? But if you want me to go through the evidence, all these reports with you, you have to give me.
I said one.
I don't.
Okay?
Can you calm down? I'm talking.
Yes.
Like I let you finish. Didn't I do that to you? I was very respectful, wasn't I?
No, I just say one. Give me one. Okay.
Right. Like, well, I'm not gonna right now live on air go and like look for exactly where I saw the report, because there's a lot. Okay. But this is not the time for me to do that. I could like set up a schedule with you, and then we could go bring one at one or more. I don't want to do one. I want to do more than one. Okay.
Okay, more. Yeah. But can we do it next week? Can you
Yeah,
do
sure.
next? Yes,
Sure,
we can
sure.
do that.
But
You can bring, and then I tell you one thing. If you bring a single evidence, Iranian regime, European country, USA give you millions of dollars because they couldn't come with a single evidence to all these
no,
courts. Okay.
that's not how it works. Okay, so first of all,
Okay.
it might be accurate for you to say that they're not a terrorist group, but they're still done evil things. Okay, because for a terror organization to meet the definition of a terrorist group, there is that's a very hard barrier, bar to cross. For example, Putin, right now is doing a lot of evil things, killing a lot of people, but he's not a terrorist. Okay, what they're doing is happening during war, right? For example, a lot of the things that MEK, a lot of human rights violations that the MEK has done was done during the Iran-Iraq war. So technically, that doesn't count as terrorism, right? That was like actions they did during war. It was still evil, but maybe not terrorism. A lot of other human rights violations that they have done to their own members, right, in Albania and other places, those are also human rights violations, but don't meet the definition of terrorism, right? So it's maybe you're right. I'm agreeing with you that maybe there's not a single thing that you could prove that this is a terrorist group, and I shouldn't be calling them a terrorist group, but still an evil group. So we could debate that. We could look into see whether that's accurate or not. Okay. I have a question from you. By the way, you might be completely right. Maybe I'll go through this evidence for you because I've read a lot of the reports and they seem very damning. Reports by different independent human rights groups, and they are horrible. And also reports of what the MEK did during the war. But just because the report said that doesn't mean that they're true. Maybe
Exactly.
so maybe you're right. We'll read the reports together with you, and then you tell me why they're wrong. And if I'm convinced, I will be like, yeah, you're wrong. You're right. I was wrong. I'll change my mind. Okay, good.
Yes, that's great. Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Because
However,
look, I have to tell you like this, Armin. Okay, I want my people be free. Okay, I've been searching. I am much older than you. Okay, I've been 43 years in politics. I have been looking all different groups in Iran. All right, I haven't found a single group that can bring this regime down and is as democratic as MEK. So if I can, because I don't have, you were saying something absolutely terrible too. You were saying that we worship Mariam Rajavi. If Mariam Rajavi put her leg one step out of the line, I break her leg myself first. Okay, we are not like that. We were fighting against fascist Khomeini as well because we realized that he's a dictator.
Sorry. We already heard that part. Okay, so let's not repeat that. I have a question for you. Can you say something negative about Mariam Rajavi to me?
Negative?
Yeah.
I mean, if there is nothing negative, then how can I say something negative?
Criticize something she did wrong. Criticize something that she did that was wrong.
For somebody might be she did wrong that she has been fighting in 43 years. She has put everything.
No. For you. Not for some. For some,
okay.
You tell me something that Mariam Rajavi has done that you consider to be wrong.
I haven't seen. Can you please pick it up one? Then I can discuss with you to see if that was right or wrong.
Because I haven't seen. No, perfect that way. Listen, you follow the MEK very closely. Okay.
Yes.
And you follow all their actions. Okay.
Yes.
After all these time, has there been a single thing that you have seen that Mariam Rajavi has done that you could say like that was wrong? I disagree with that. After all this time following them so closely.
No, I haven't seen.
Okay. Doesn't that?
And that's not wrong. Okay. That's not wrong.
That's alarming. Because my claim. Okay. So maybe. Okay. My claim. Okay. Is that the MEK follows Mariam Rajavi like a cult leader. Okay. And
that's your opinion.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Yes. But this, like, I haven't seen. Okay, the way people talk about MEK. The way MEK members talk about Mariam Rajavi, they talk about it as if she's a goddess. Okay.
That's your opinion. Yes.
Okay. Do you know everything I say is my opinion, right? Do you
Yes,
think
yes,
I'm saying the opinion of, like, why would I say anyone else's opinion? Of course it's my opinion.
yes.
Like,
Because
I
it
wouldn't
is not
say,
the truth.
I wouldn't,
That is
I
not the
know,
case. It's not
I
true.
know, I'm here to tell you my opinions. I'm not
Yes,
here to
yes.
say your
Okay.
opinions. Okay. So
All
I
right.
know that this is my opinion.
Okay.
Okay. So, so this is alarming to us. So we want to investigate, because a group that claims to be pro-democracy seem to be very dogmatic, seems to not accept any form of criticism on their goddess. That's what it comes like have you seen any time Mariam Rajavi coming in, being accepting like she's hidden, nobody has access to her, nobody could question her, nobody could interrogate her? Have you ever seen her come out and have a debate with somebody? Have you ever seen come forth and have be accept challenge to her views? Have you ever seen that?
Okay. About that, first of all, if, for example, now you see this for Iran International TV, okay,
Now,
MEK
have you
must
seen that? No.
no.
Before you say that, have you seen
Okay.
that ever? Have you
Yeah,
ever seen MEK members, like either MEK members, like, have you, two questions? Have you ever seen MEK members, okay, come out
mhm.
and say, like, I like Mariam Rajavi, but she screwed up over there. I don't like that. Okay. That's one question. Question number
Okay.
two, have you ever seen Mariam Rajavi come out and say, like, come interview me openly, challenge my views, ask me open questions, and I will respond. I respond to your challenges. Have you seen any of these two ever?
Right now they are fighting a fascist regime, okay, and they cannot they have to for example recognize the people they are going to discuss with. For
No.
example,
So
they
the
cannot
answer is no. The
they
answer is
cannot
no to both. So
no,
the answer is no. Okay.
no. I say that, for
Okay.
example, the Iran International, the TV channel Iran International, they are all the time having discussion with them. They answer their questions. It depends on, for example, Ayatollah
No.
BBC.
I'm
No,
not
Ayatollah
talking about.
BBC, they are not
Sorry.
recognizing Ayatollah BBC, for example. Okay.
No. I'm not talking about whether the members of MEK are ready to be challenged.
All right.
I'm
Okay.
talking about Mariam Rajavi. Has she ever been? So the answer to both of these questions are no. Is that correct or not?
Let me put it in this way. Okay.
Oh my God.
Have
It's
you
a yes
seen
or no
that?
question.
Okay, no, they
No.
are not
Okay.
doing it. Okay, like, for example, you say that. Have you seen that? Joe Biden go and answer people's question. No, it is not
Yeah.
like that. Okay.
Biden
No.
does that. Biden, what are you talking about? Biden gets challenged by reporters all the time. They have the White House meeting. The reporters are there, and they constantly are criticizing him right to his face.
Yeah, because he's in power. Okay.
Okay,
He's in
so I'm
power.
just confirming. Yeah, but
Okay.
a leader of an opposition needs to show that he can handle he or she can handle criticism, and he or
Okay.
she can. Yeah, so
Yes.
she does. So another question. Okay, so another question. Okay, you tell me that I'm lying, right?
Okay.
Sometimes when I say
Yes.
these things about MK, how do you know I'm lying? Why is, if you disagree with me, how is it not possible that I'm just wrong? Maybe I have a misunderstanding. How do you know I'm lying when I say things you don't like?
Okay, what you say is a lie. Okay, but maybe you misunderstand. You give people's lie. For example, you mentioned those reports from, I don't know, this Human Rights Watch, and you know yourself that Elahi Hicks, who was Iranian agent,
Yes.
he was giving that report that
I have
yeah,
not been using that report ever since I
exactly,
noticed that.
and
Okay,
all of
so there
those,
you go.
yes, yes, and
But it's
all
not
of
just.
those
But it's not
reports
just
coming.
all
Yes.
of them. Okay, I agree that. Okay, first of all, just because Elia Hicks is like a douchebag, like I don't like her, that doesn't necessarily mean that her report is wrong. I agree that she's an evil. I don't like her. Okay, she's horrible.
She was
But it's
Iranian
not.
agent.
I know. Okay, but yeah. So forget that report, okay? But
Okay.
it's hard to believe that all the reports from all these different independent human rights organizations about MEK, are they all the agents of the Islamic Republic of Iran?
Okay.
Yes or no?
Has ever United Nation, okay, given
No.
such a
Answer.
report?
Okay,
No.
first of all, do you understand how, maybe you're right, okay, but do you understand how difficult it is for me to believe, okay, that
Okay.
all the human rights organizations reports on the MEK, they are all wrong?
Okay. Can I next week, as you
Yes
said? No.
But okay. Listen.
Yeah,
Do
I
you?
have to give you evidence. I cannot just
No,
say
but
yes,
can
you
you give
are
me
wrong.
a? No.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they are. I'm not saying they are wrong. As they are wrong or they're right. My question
Okay.
is: do you see how hard it is for somebody like
Okay.
me to believe that?
All right.
Even if
So
you
if I give
even if
you,
you're even
yeah,
I no, just answer the question first.
yes.
Even if you're right, let's say I'm wrong, you're
Okay.
right. Do you see how difficult it is to believe that?
How many of them there are that you say all? There are 2, 3 maximum. Okay. For example, that Human Rights Watch from U.S. government. That's a U.S. government.
Amnesty, Amnesty
Amnesty.
also. Was it
Amnesty
Amnesty
International.
International?
Give me the report.
Okay, I
Amnesty
don't know.
International
No, I'm asking you.
never,
What were the
never.
three? What were the
Sorry.
three?
Sorry.
What were the three? You said there were 2 or 3. What were the 3? Human Rights
No,
Watch. What were the two?
no. You said yourself last time another one. I don't know. I haven't seen,
Okay.
but it is
All right.
maximum 2.
Let's
Okay.
prepare them.
All right,
Let's
and
prepare
some,
them all
let me
for
tell
next
you,
time.
and some reporters, like for example, there was a German newspaper that she gave also a report. There was a journalist, and she has a good relation with Iranian regime. I can show you the proof, and even the court has fined her. Said that next time you say such a lies about MEK,
There's
you and
there's more than 3. There's so many. Okay,
okay,
so many
Can I ask one?
reports. But yeah, go on.
He was saying that there have been no terrorist cases from the MEK, but I just went on to Wikipedia to search for some things, and there are 3 actually. It is Asadullah Lajeravi assassination, Lajewardi
yeah,
assassination,
he was a mass murderer. He was the
Wait,
biggest
and
mass. He was
let
the
him
biggest
hold
another,
on.
murderer.
Wait a
and
second. Let him
there's
finish.
Ali
Let,
Sayad, Ali Sayad Shirazi, man, these names, and 1998 chain murders. I just felt
Yes.
like how Armin feels when he pronounces
okay,
Indian
so
city names.
these are the example of the terrorist attacks that the MEK has done. These are the 3 that Satya
Okay, so
just
you
said.
mean that
Can I make
killing
one point as well,
Lajavardi?
please?
No,
Sorry.
no. Let me see. You mean killing Lajavardi was a terrorist attack? Armin, killing
Well,
Lajavardi was a terrorist attack. Do you know what is
so
terrorism? Can you explain
Wait,
the
wait, wait.
definition of terrorism?
Okay.
Can
No,
So
I
no,
make
for
one
me, I'll tell you what the
Armin.
definition of terrorism is for me. So it
Yes.
is that it has to be but done by a non-state actor. It has to be an act of mass violence, of indiscriminate killing, and there was one more factor. It's slipping out of my mind, but I think
Okay. Yeah.
1998 chain murders do qualify for that
Okay.
definition.
Yeah. Let me tell you. Okay. The
Yes.
definition of
Okay.
terrorism is that a political action that put uh, innocent people's life in danger is a terrorist attack. For example, if some mafia group goes and rob a bank and kill people, that's another terrorist action. Okay, if some
Okay.
gangs do that, is not a terrorist action. But if a political, party organization uh, put innocent people's life in danger, okay, that's a terrorist attack. Okay, so Lajavardi was a mass murderer. He executed over 10,000 people. That Sayed Shirazi that you said, he was the head of Iranian, army, and he was a general. He had also killed many courts, many organizations, MEK's members, and he was a terrible person. And MEK, when they killed him, okay, they were 2 3 times they were attempting to kill him because his son was in the car. They aborted the killing of that mass murderer. So the day that he was alone, they killed him because they didn't want to, put his son in
Okay.
danger. So this is
Okay.
not, and that's why all these evidences in these courts,
Oh,
they were rejected because they were not terrorist actions. Okay, all these
okay. But
3 courts
one
I
more.
told you. Yes.
Satya, can I just make
1998
one
chain
point?
murders.
Satya, one second,
Okay.
please.
Okay.
I just
Go
want
on.
to, because I just want to, in defense of Mujib, because I think there is one thing that you haven't mentioned, and I think it's important for you also that you're calm. And I think Armin's given you a platform to actually address some of his concerns or his understanding, which is fair play to him. He said, if I'm wrong, then that's fine. But something you haven't mentioned is in 2009, the UK delisted the MEK as a terror group. The Obama administration removed the group from the US terror list in 2012 and later helped negotiate its relocation to Albania. So now, is the MEK with the Obama administration at that point moved to Albania? Are they based in Albania now?
Yes, they are based in Albania.
yes. Yes,
Right.
they are.
Okay. Fine.
And
So I
then
think
Okay,
why
so what about the
sorry,
chain murders?
so- chain murders? Which chain
Yes,
murders?
1998 chain murders.
Uh, there is no such a thing. Chain murders is was by Iranian intelligence service. If you are talking about that, this was Said Imami. He was killing some journalists and activities. So, and because he was these hardliners against what is it? This Khatami, so-called reformists. They wanted to put pressure on him, and then it came up that it was done by him. They caught him, put him in jail, and they killed him. Armin knows all of this, okay, himself. If
Okay, I
you
take your word for it because I don't know many things about Iran or the MEK, so
no,
I just thought that
exactly.
I must point these
No,
three
What
things out
about
to you to increase my
what
knowledge.
about? Okay, go on, Satya. Do you want
But
to?
the precedent that you're setting here, that killing of political people is not terrorism if it is indiscriminate. I think I don't know many things about this, but imagine if 9/11 happened only on Pentagon and only the generals who were sitting there died. Then will it be considered a terrorist attack?
okay. I'm not going on that because, for example, partisans in Second World War, they were killing German soldiers, okay, and that wasn't terrorism. That was an act of war against Nazi Germans. So it was they were freedom.
Because it
So
was during war. Because it
yes,
was during war.
yes, exactly. During war, and we had war. We have war against Iranian fascist regime. That's also a war. There has been many things. For example, that officer who was going to kill Adolf Hitler. Okay, and he fell.
Oh my
Tom
God.
Cruise. Yeah, Tom Cruise played that movie as well. So that wasn't either a terrorism. Okay, you cannot call that war. Okay, it. To kill some people like Hitler and such a people is like Khomeini. This is not terrorism. I told you the terrorism is when
Okay.
you kill innocent people in a political action. That's terrorism.
Yeah, perfect. I want to see if you can answer this question, okay? Because I know you disagree with it, but I want to see how transparent can you be with people here, okay? Can you tell
Yes.
us the main thing before you tell us why they're wrong? Okay, you could tell them why they're wrong after, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell us the main thing that the Iranian people mention when they want to hate on the MEK? When the Iranian people who they say like, oh, the MEK is evil, okay? What is the thing that the MEK has done that the Iranian people mention the most? I want to see if you could tell us honestly right now.
Okay, just tell me when Iranian people in which election they mentioned anything against MEK. Just because some people say something, it doesn't mean entire Iranian people said something.
Okay. See, like, listen to the question again, okay? I didn't say the entire Iranian people say that. I say those ones, the Iranian people who hate
Those
the
who say
MEK,
yeah.
the ones who say they hate so much the MEK, they say the MEK is like evil, okay?
Okay.
What action of the MEK do they refer to when they mention that?
Okay, mostly, if you want to say that, mostly they say because MEK was in Iraq fighting against Iranian fascist regime. They say MEK was fighting Saddam.
See, you can't do it. Okay, right now you're putting it in your words. Okay.
Okay. So
say it in their words. What do they say? They don't say. They don't.
They say yes. They say MEK side with Saddam. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, they say. Yeah, basically they took Saddam's side and they killed the Iranian people. Okay, so they don't say because that's when you say against the fascist Islamic Republic of Iran. No, because Iranian people who hate that, they say like, no, you were killing you weren't just fighting the Islamic Republic of Iran, you were killing Iranian people. You were taking the side of Saddam against the Iranian people, and you were killing Iranian people while you were doing it. That's what they say, right?
Okay.
Can
I
say how do you respond to that? Yeah,
okay, my response is that they were those Basiges who were chanting, war until victory. We have to occupy Karbala and go to occupy Jerusalem. Okay, because they felt MEK forced Khomeini to drink that poison, poison. That's why Iranian regime, and I have to tell you this so that you understand, not only MEK was in Iraq, there were several Marxist group and Kurdish group as well. They were in Iraq, and the only thing that they mentioned is MEK because MEK was the biggest organization that forced Khomeini to drink that peace.
I
Sorry.
understand that. I understand that's what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
We could. Okay. The second thing that made some people say is is that the MEK was actually helping the mullahs come to power, right?
All right.
The Marxists, because for people who don't know, okay, maybe you disagree with me, Devo, but MEK ideology has some Shia Islam elements in it, but also has some Marxist element in it. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
It can be translated as Marxism, but they believe in equality. Yes.
Okay, so it's Marxist and Shia Islam, kind of like a little bit elements of both. Okay.
Okay.
But before the revolution, before the Islamic Republic revolution happened, before the 1979 revolution happened, right? These are the same people. The MEK members are the same people who were united with the mullahs against the Shah. But once the revolution happened, the mullahs betrayed the MEK members, okay, and started fighting with them. And that's when the MEK also turned on the mullahs. But before that, they were working with each other. So a lot of people in Iran who are against the Islamic Republic of Iran, they say that the MEK members are responsible for bringing the mullahs into power. What do you say to that?
Can I respond to that? Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Look, this is exactly what the monarchy supporters, they spread, and some people don't understand that nearly 8 years before the revolution, MEK sent a representative to Iraq to meet Ayatollah Fascist Khomeini. Okay, at that time he was not in power. At that time he was Ayatollah Khomeini, a figure against Shah. So they went there to meet him and get support from him that for their fight. When Khomeini heard them, okay, said that no, you are munafiq, you are Hippocrates, okay, and MEK realized that this guy is a backward, okay, so he didn't support MEK, and MEK came inside the jail. As I said, they had a fight with these mullahs inside the jail, Shah's jail, and they said, MEK said that when you take the power in Iran, we will fight you, because they were saying that the Marxists are najas, Marxists are, dirty. Yes. They were making hunger.
Okay, but so you didn't address.
No, let me finish. MEK had the fight with the mullahs inside the, the jail, and MEK, when the revolution was done, after the revolution, MEK had just some thousand followers. How could some thousand followers bring down the Shah and give the power to Fascist Khomeini that MEK knew it before? Okay, Khomeini, almost 98% of people, they were seeing him as a somebody in the moon and so on. So MEK didn't have a single power to bring Khomeini to power. Okay.
If they had, yes, I understand that. I understand you're saying they were too small to be able to help them. Okay, but yes. Do you acknowledge that originally? Okay, yes. The MEK members and the mullahs were working with each other against the Shah before they turned on each other. Originally, they were working with each other against the Shah. Is that? Do you agree with that?
Look, do you know Fadai, the Marxist group Fadai? They were also fighting. It doesn't mean that they were working with mullahs. No, absolutely not. They were absolutely, they were in jail.
They were supporting each other. No, before that.
Absolutely not, I say.
Okay, so you don't agree with that. Okay. What about the claim? Okay, so you don't agree with that. Okay. What about the part where they say that MEK, at a point where they realize that they're not going to be able to defeat the Islamic Republic of Iran, with Saddam's support, they still sent many of their own members in a suicide mission in the front lines to fight the Islamic Republic of Iran, knowing that this is a suicide mission, knowing that their members, a lot of their members are going to die in the battle, but sent them forward anyways. Okay. What's your response to that claim?
Okay, my response is that that's the Iranian regime or those who are against MEK's version. Okay, it was like this, that MEK had a attack, and then they occupied some cities empty cities in Iran, and they were chanting, today Mehran, it was a Mehran city, Mehran, today Mehran, tomorrow Tehran. Okay, let me explain for you. 25 days later,
No, answer my question first.
Yes, I'm going to
did
answer.
Did that
Yes.
happen or did that not happen? Yes.
Look, it was 1 week before the ceasefire start. So MEK wanted to bring down the regime. So they decided that this is a good time. All right. So they attacked. They went nearly 30 kilometers inside Iran, and they were near a big city called Kermanshah. If they occupied that city, the regime would fall. So they fell. It doesn't mean that they were going to a suicide, attack. They knew that there is a possibility that they win, they bring down the regime, and they did that attack. All right, because the border was going to be closed. All right, so before the border get closed, they wanted to do this attack and show the people.
Okay, so you're saying it's not true.
Sorry.
So you're saying it's not true then?
I'm telling you, understand yourself that if they reached Kermanshah, Rafsanjani at that time, he went himself directly to Kermanshah, and he said that if they come to Kermanshah, they will occupy Tehran. Okay.
So yeah, all I wanted to know is that you're saying there was a good reason for doing that, because the claim is that but the counterclaim by other people is that no, they just send these people to just go and die. They were sacrificing their own people.
Yes.
I just want to put these like out there. I'm not saying who's right or who's wrong. Okay. What about the claim that the MEK members are within the within MEK's compounds, right? Whether back when it was in Iraq and now that it's in Albania, they are treated really poorly. And there's a lot of human rights violations that are happening in these compounds. What's your response to that?
So my response is that you have never been to MEK compound. Okay, I have been there. They are free to go whenever they want. Okay, and in Iraq, when they were, for example, after the occupation of USA opened a little camp near them called TIF, okay? And anybody wanted to leave MEK, they were pushing them to leave MEK. Anybody was going to leave, and some people left, of course, because the fight became hard, difficult, so they were under, control and so on. So they left.
Not true.
So such a thing that, and then tell you that FBI interviewed each of them one by one, okay? There is a report that they didn't find a single connection between any members with, terrorism, and not a single.
All right, got it. Not true.
Yes.
All right. What about? I just want to move through this one more, and two more things, and then I'll let the friendly Muslim Ibn Qayyim and Satya talk. What about this is not a claim. I've seen this on video. What about the people who burned themselves alive for Maryam?
All right. That's look. France prime minister went to Iran, okay, and he wrote a contract, $2 billion contract, and in return he was going to capture Maryam Rajabi and other members and extradite them to Iran. Okay, so this was the only way to stop them. For some members was like, for example, in Dien Bien Phu fight in Vietnam, Vietnamese, they didn't have weapons, so they were blowing up themselves amongst French soldiers to win the war. It was necessarily, okay? So you cannot blame people the way they fight, okay? The only way to stop this deal, this dirty deal, like now they are going to release this terrorist guy in Belgium. I don't know if you have heard it. So some people might do something. For example, there was somebody in front of New York, a left group.
Okay. So I get it. You're saying like they burned themselves alive for Maryam, but it was justified because it was the only way to get attention to that cause.
Not attention. The only way to stop them. Okay. They couldn't, for example, take a gun and fight French government or such a things. Okay. This was the only way to save the revolution, the movement. Okay. Because it would be a great win for Iranian regime if Maryam Rajabi was extradited to Iran. Okay, so to stop it, that was the only way for some people. And Maryam Rajabi, by the way,
I got it.
Maryam Rajabi from jail, she wrote that please don't do it. Okay, she wrote a letter, asked the followers, please don't do that. Okay, so but it wasn't forced. Nobody was forced. And I can play for you a video.
To me, this might be completely wrong again, but to me, it comes across as very cultish when I see people of an organization, they are ready to burn themselves alive for the leader. Okay, it might be wrong, but that's how. So many things I see about MEK gives me cultish vibes. Okay, but one last question is like, how do you? How is it that MEK claims to support secularism when they come to power in Iran, when they replace the Islamic Republic of Iran, Islamic Republic regime? They claim that they support secularism, but at the same time, they say they're going to bring true Islam to the government, that they're going to use the proper Islam as a means of governance instead of the wrong Islam that the Islamic Republic of Islamic Republic has. Is that not a contradiction?
Okay, can I say that MEK has never said that we are going to rule Iran through Islamic laws? Okay, it is
I heard Mariam say that.
Yeah, we believe in a different Islam. Okay, like Angela Merkel. Okay, she is the head of this Christian Democrat. Okay, Christian Democrat Party, but she lead the secular government.
There's a difference. No. There's a difference. Angela Merkel never comes and says like, through true Christianity and with proper Christian laws instead of this fake evil Islam Christianity that these other people have, we will bring.
She would say, she would say if she was fighting a Christian fascist regime in Germany.
Okay, so we don't have. Okay, so you're guessing that she would say, okay, but we don't have we haven't seen Angela Merkel come and say like talk about like true Christian values for Germany or stuff like that, okay? But we have seen Mariam Rajavi saying that true proper Islam we use the proper Islamic guidance or what, I don't know, ethical guidance or whatever as a model for Iran, as a model to rule over Iran.
She hasn't said that. No.
I heard it in a speech. Okay, maybe I misunderstood.
She said that we believe in a good Islam, in a human Islam. How do you say it? Okay,
no,
in a modern Islam.
She specifically said that unlike the Islamic Republic, which has the wrong version of Islam, we will use the proper version of Islam.
No, she hasn't said that. Okay, it is.
In her last speech, she said that.
Let me tell you, she's the head of NCRI. Okay, National Council Resistance, and in that National Council Resistance, there are Marxists, there are Christian, Jews, and everybody. Okay, and in that it is written that we believe in a secular.
Why don't they let the members, right, the uniforms for their women? Why is it all with hijab? Why don't they have uniforms without the hijab? Every single member has to wear.
Yes, because they are member of MEK. They are Muslims. Okay, but NCRI.
So you can't be. No, you have to be a Muslim to be an. Okay, so MEK itself, you have to be a Muslim to be a member of, correct?
Exactly. Yes, you have to be a Muslim to be a member of. That's
so MEK itself is going to be. So MEK itself, I understand that. There's a bigger group and there's the core group. The MEK is the core group, okay? But the MEK itself, is that going to be the party which is supposed to be ruling Iran?
No. Okay? If people choose MEK or Mariam Rajavi, yes, okay, that's after 6 months.
So she will stand. So Mariam Rajavi, if the Islamic Republic of Iran falls, Mariam Rajavi will stand for elections, correct?
Yes, definitely, yeah.
Would she also be able to go to court for the accusations against her? Like, what do you think that it would be fair to just go to court and answer all the accusations against her?
Okay, so if I accuse you for something, then you have to come to the court just for accusation. Yeah. I have to bring if there is evidence, yes, she will go definitely to the court.
No, there could be bad evidence.
Let me tell you, right now, today, first of all, there were courts, okay? And MEK has
Iranian court. Iranian court.
So I say, MEK has said many times that we can go to any court, okay? Anybody want to,
no, not MEK. Not MEK. Mariam Rajavi herself, when she steps in Iran, she should still first stand on trial. She should get arrested and stand trial.
She should be arrested for what? For what? For fighting Iranian fascist regime?
No, listen. for all the accusations against her, and if she's proved innocent, then she could leave. She could be free.
Okay. I mean, this is ridiculous that you, for example, no, look, for example, Reza Pahlavi, okay, the son of Iranian Shah, somebody say when he entered Iran, he has to be arrested. No, we cannot arrest people for
if there is a proper,
allegation.
if there's a case, okay, so Mariam Rajavi has thousands of accusations against her. Reza Pahlavi doesn't. So that's the difference.
Okay.
But anyways.
But anyway, yeah, Reza Pahlavi also has, okay? Reza Pahlavi has stolen billions of dollars, okay? He has kept his father's, the money of his father's stolen.
Okay, fine. Okay. If you should make a case against if he ever comes to Iran, okay? You should file a case against him and he should stand trial.
Okay, as I said that, what is it? Iraqi government fell, and then it was many years under this Shia regime, and they were accusing many times, but they couldn't bring a single evidence that MEK has this and that and that. So there was never a trial against MEK, even in Iraq, despite it was.
Let's go through the evidence.
It was under U.S. control and Iraqi Shia government. Okay, so such a thing doesn't exist, even in Iran.
Do you think Mariam Rajavi will become get elected as president if she was if there was a vote right today in Iran?
Today, I don't know, because it has to be fair election. Fair election is that
let's say the Islamic Republic of Iran falls and there's a fair election. Do you think Mariam Rajavi will become president?
I don't know at all. Okay, because that's
a good answer. Yeah, that's a good answer.
That has to be in an election, and then people see different options, and then different options must talk, must discuss with each other, and then there will be election. And I believe 100% after that period she will be elected. After that period, okay.
Okay, so this, for people who don't know, this is Mariam Rajavi. But would you be offended if somebody swore at Mariam Rajavi, said something very... No? You wouldn't be offended?
No, of course not. I mean, you can swear whatever. But when some people lie about her, then I have to defend and say, no, this is a lie, okay? Or give wrong information.
I think... because here's the thing. I think it might be, again, I don't want to accuse her of anything, okay? So to me, it comes across as that you have to not give cultish vibes, okay? Because are you aware that most MEK members, okay, maybe I'm wrong. Most MEKs that I have met treat her like she's untouchable, that she's a goddess, that she should not, if I say the smallest insult or the smallest negative things about her, they will come at me like I have raped, attacked their mother or something. You know what I mean? Are you aware of that attitude that exists?
No, in every parties or whatever, every beliefs, there might be people who are very, very sensitive, and I have seen myself, but there are
I've seen it more with the MEK. I've seen it more with the MEK.
I have seen, but very few. Okay, and such a people, when I have seen, I myself criticize MEK itself, criticize such a people that no, you cannot talk to people like this. Okay, so there are supporters, maybe few, but MEK members and majority of supporters, we are not like that, and we absolutely talk to people normally, and we accept the differences. But if you lie about MEK, things that Iranian regime promote, okay, then of course.
So here's another thing. By the way, for example, the logo, as you can see, the logo looks like a communist logo, right? So the thing is that a lot of Iranian people, okay, the fact that MEK is an Islamic organization, that's enough for them to not want to support them as well, beyond all the things that I mentioned. They're we have had enough with Islamists in politics, right? We don't want to go from one Shia group to another Shia group. Anybody that uses Islam as a way to advertise themselves or has anything to do with Islam should stay away. We don't want them to rule over Iran.
Okay.
So that's not.
Did they say it in any election? that you say a lot of Iranian, maybe 10%, perhaps 20%.
No. Yeah, go on.
But you have to prove it in an election, okay? That
Yeah.
majority of
Okay.
Iranian people.
Okay.
You cannot
Here's the thing.
just say.
I
You
can't.
cannot just say like that.
No. It's okay. So I'm saying it based on polls. Okay,
Okay.
based on scientific polls. Okay, and based on
Which,
scientific
like
polls,
what? Like which one?
like Gammon, for example, which I think
Like
you're
what?
going to say is another Gammon polls, Gammon, which
Uh-huh.
Ibn Khayyam hates right now. Is Ibn
Okay.
Khayyam
How
here?
can look?
Oh, yeah.
How can there is a mass murderer now in trial
No,
in
you didn't let me
Sweden.
finish. Let me
Okay.
finish. Every poll shows, okay, and I think you're going to say they're all conspiracies, but every poll shows that the MEK does not have support in Iran, and a lot of people hate the MEK, okay? But you're saying that I cannot prove it until there are elections, which is fair, but without elections, the best guess, I'm not saying this is proof, but this is the best guess that we have based on all the online and all the other polls that we have right now, that the Iranian people are not in favor of MEK. But that's again. Yeah.
All right. Let me tell you, now 2 Iranian top students are jailed and they got 16 years. Yes, just because they are supporting MEK. Okay. So how can in such an environment, how can people say that yes, I support MEK? This is impossible. So these two.
The polls are anonymous.
Yes. Okay. All phone calls are they are controlled by Iranian regime.
Okay, but the same these are not phone calls, these are polls. Yeah. The same polls, people in vast numbers have said that they're against the Islamic Republic. Okay. So in the polls that people are saying that they're against the Islamic Republic, okay, and they're atheists, okay. In the same polls, they're saying that they're not for the MEK. So if they're afraid that the Islamic Republic of Iran is going to see their answers, then why are they saying that they're not Muslim? Why are they saying that they are not for the Islamic Republic of Iran? Like they should be hiding that as well. But the polls that people are saying that I am against Islam, in the same poll, they're saying they're not for the MEK.
Okay, look.
So they're not afraid.
Look. This is a comparison. The biggest opposition is MEK, so it shows itself the vast support among Iranian people. Otherwise, for example, yes,
that doesn't show that. No, it doesn't show that because because like again, they are support. This is an organization that has been supported by some big players, right? It's been supported by Saddam money, potentially Saudi Arabia's money, potentially American money. So that just because you have a lot of resources, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have a lot of support in Iran from the people. I mean, it might. I'm not saying you're wrong. Maybe that's the reason. Okay, but it doesn't necessarily mean
Saudi money. From where you got this? I don't know. I do.
See, like you're not listening to me. No.
Can
okay,
you please?
So
Can you please show us a single evidence? Can you show us
understand?
A single evidence?
Do you understand? You can't listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that these are the accusations. I'm not saying that they're true. The accusation is that they're getting money from Saudi Arabia. Okay. This is a possibility. I didn't say it's true. It's a possibility. So I'm saying that the fact that they have so much money doesn't necessarily mean that they're backed by a lot of Iranian people. Pay attention to the word necessarily. I didn't say they're not. It doesn't necessarily suggest it. Do you understand?
All right. So you mean that by money you can bring people? Reza Pahlavi, he has billions of dollars. Why he doesn't have a single organization and supporter who can?
You're deflecting.
Who's fighting?
You're deflecting. Do you understand that you're deflecting to something else? What I'm saying is true. You agree with that? The fact that the MEK has a lot of money and resources doesn't necessarily mean that they're backed by a lot of Iranian people.
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily mean that.
Could I ask a clarifying question for the viewers? Because obviously they might get lost in here. So generally, what is the population of Iran at the moment?
82?
85? Okay.
82 to 5 million.
Let's round it, say 85, just to round it up. Okay. Now, if there was an election tomorrow, what would be the parties and what has been the pattern of voting within the country?
Oh, you can't judge by the voting in Iran, because the voting in Iran is highly controlled by the Islamic Republic of Iran. So
It's an
that's
absolute
not.
dictatorship.
Yeah. So I think me and Perfect Davo agree here that that's not a good way for you to figure out what do Iranian people want.
Okay, so
Yeah.
judging from the polls, etc., what do the people of Iran currently want, and would they support a Marxist system? Marxist system.
No, the number one thing that they seem to want, I don't know if Perfect Davo here agrees with the answers, but the main thing that they want is a secular republic.
Yes, secular. I mean, we also support secular democracy, republic.
Yeah.
We call it as well, Democratic Republic of Iran. Yes, and maybe
Well,
next week.
yeah.
Next week we can talk more, Armin, because I have to go out, as I said, with my family. Okay, it is warm. They would like to go to the beach.
Okay, good. Go take care of your family. But but in the polls that I've seen, the MEK were usually at the bottom of the list, but I might be wrong about that. Okay.
All right.
So
we can talk
but go.
more next week, hopefully.
Okay, sounds
And
good.
you can bring those reports as well. I would be more than glad to answer. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I could show you the popularity of Mariam Rajavi versus other people. We could talk about that. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
All
right.
Muji,
Thank you.
Can also bring
Was
information also, and email Armin in advance of your conversation. I think that would be beneficial.
Yes.
For your conversation.
Perfect. David, was I fair to you today? Do you think I gave you the opportunity to give your case, make your case?
Definitely.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
And anybody would like to talk more, then you are welcome to my channel. We can talk more there. Okay.
Okay.
All
Consider my invitation to the Persian channel. Okay, we have.
all right.
Consider it.
We will talk about that. Okay.
Okay,
All right.
sounds good.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Go.
Bye,
Take
everybody.
care. Bye.
Thank you. Take
Bye.
care.
Bye. Assalamu alaikum.
Salam alaikum assalam. Hey, when I say alaikum assalam, does that come off as insulting, or is that fine?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
How can that be insulting? It's a greeting, right?
No, because people think like I'm an atheist. Obviously, I don't agree with Islam. So sometimes they might think when I say alaikum assalam, I am being, I'm trying to make light of Islamic tradition or something like that. Do you know what I mean?
I've got Christian friends that I engage in debates with, and they say assalamu alaikum and stuff like that. So I don't think it's
okay. But are they anti-Islam like me?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
In India, we use all kinds of things, like the Christian ones. Like many times we say Hallelujah and then Allah ki rahmat and things like that.
Yeah. What if I say alaikum assalam wa rahmatu iblis wa barakatuh?
What does it mean?
Oh, well, then I have happy someone would be to receive that. Then I think
Iblis is the devil. So Satya is asking what does it mean. So basically, alaikum assalam means peace upon you. So the Islamic version is assalamu alaikum, means like peace upon you. Wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh means and God's mercy and His blessings be upon you. Okay, so I basically took that and I usually change the Allah part to Iblis, which is the name of, which is basically Lucifer. It doesn't mean devil. It means like it's his name, right? It's his name, so it's like Lucifer.
So you believe in Lucifer?
Well, I don't believe in Allah, and I say assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Wait, do I need to believe in Lucifer to be able to invoke his name? I mean, I can do like I don't need to believe. Like, hey, look, guys, look, I have a trick. Okay, Harry Potter. I don't believe he's real, but I just said his name. Right? I don't think you need to believe in things. I like, I can say unicorn, right? I can say dragon. So why can't I say Iblis?
I mean, if you're invoking a blessing from Iblis on somebody, I mean,
okay. So for example, if I it's just for fun. Like, obviously, you don't have to believe in everything. People know that you're not being serious. I mean, we have a church dedicated to the devil, and people don't believe in it, right? We have the flying spaghetti monster. We have the church, the Jedi church, right? People don't believe in things, and they still pray, they still invoke different names,
There's a
right?
Jedi church?
Oh yeah, you didn't know?
No, I didn't get the email. I was like, that's something new.
Yeah, people walk to each other and say, "May the force be upon you." Like, what is that? What they say?
May
The
the
May the
force
the,
be
force be
with
with
you.
you.
the may the yeah, sorry, may the force be with you. Do you think they believe it? Like, oh yeah, that's a good example. When people say, "May the force be with you," do you think they believe that? Obviously, they don't, but they still say
Modi said it once too.
it.
When he went to meet Hugh Jackman, he said, I think
Yeah,
somebody
yeah.
gave him the wrong dialogue, so somebody gave him the Star Wars dialogue when he went to meet Hugh Jackman. And I think it was supposed to be some dialogue from the Wolverine, and he said, "May
Uh,
the force be with you," and Hugh Jackman was like, uh, he was fumbled for a moment, and then he was like, "Oh wow."
that's awesome. Guys, we should have our own show. The three of us are such a perfect mix. Like we have Hindutva, Muslim, and ex-Muslim atheists. This is such a good trio that we have going on here.
Yeah, no, and I think you
Like
did.
I'm open to it right now because my vacations are going on, but once my college starts, it will be a little bit difficult. But I can still try to like do it from like 9 p.m. 9 p.m. is like 2 hours from now.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
I think that will be a good time, or like 7 hours before this time. Some I can do it in those two windows.
I think you need
Wait.
a Hindu Vata logo, bro, on it, just a presentation of it, because you look
Yeah,
like a
yeah,
bit peaceful. We need to, just to get the
Oh,
imagination going.
talking about
yeah.
the Hindu Rash Akhand Bharat. Okay, Akhand Bharat.
Okay, upload the logo next time so people could like tell
Okay.
that you're Hindutva. Okay, so by the way, I remember last time you mentioned that even if Hindu tradition and Hinduism is like backwards, and it would be better for us to have enlightenment values, given that it's superior to Islam, right? It's
Yes.
still it's still better to push for that, and we can't, like, enlightenment would be the ideal, but since we can't get enlightenment, let's get Hinduism as the culture, right? That's what you're saying.
Uh, no, I definitely want enlightenment, and the backdrop of the backdrop, which is the culture, should be Hinduism, anyways. But since right
Hmm.
now we are not getting like anything in the name of enlightenment, so I think the backdrop should be there, and in eventually with time when we get to enlightenment values, I will definitely support them. Like I
I
even
ha-
support them now.
Could I just get a
okay, okay.
definition on enlightenment values? Because I hear this terminology flogged around, but I'd like someone to really define what enlightenment values are.
Should I go first?
You go first. I have a specific answer to this, but you go first. Go on.
Okay, so during the Renaissance, when the Greek philosophers and there was a cultural churn in Europe, and really good ideas came out of that period, which were like free speech and science. Well, the Enlightenment values in politics is like free speech, democracy, and things like that,
Oh,
and proper procedure of courts and like the things which you see in this in a civilized country and emerge from the age of Enlightenment. They are called Enlightenment values.
okay. So this is I like to think of enlightenment values. I have a list of what they entail. Okay, but it's people often talk about Western values, and I think that's horrible. That's a horrible name, because Western values includes Nazism and communism. Okay,
Yes.
um, so there's three main brands of Western values. Two of them are horrible. One of them is good, right? So Enlightenment values are the good ones. The bad ones are Nazism and communism. Okay, so don't let people. And also, it's bad to call them Western values because then Enlightenment values work wherever they are adopted. Right? It doesn't. It's not just for the West. Like when countries like Japan and South Korea, they're not Western countries, but they adopted the same value. And it worked for them as well. Any country that has these values as the main values that the country is run by sees an unbelievable amount of prosperity. Okay, relative to all the other countries that are betraying these values, right? Um, and so that's what usually people mean by Western values. Okay, and I have a list of the things that they entail, and basically these are certain ideas that become extremely popular in the 17 and 1800s in Western Europe, right? Mostly Britain and France, right? So these are the two main countries, and people associate people like mostly Voltaire. Voltaire is like and John Locke as the main figures who were made these ideas extremely popular, right? So the list that and also Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill. I know there's a whole bunch of other people like Rousseau, but some of their ideas were crappy. Anyways, these are the main figures. Anyway, so the ideas were separation of powers. All right, separation of powers within government means like you try to decentralize power within the government by having three branches: judiciary, executive, and legislative. So that was because before this we had monarchies, and by it, people, the great thinkers in Europe tried to figure out what to do so that power is not centralized in such a, because centralization of power results in the corruption and abuse of power and misuse of power. So they were always looking for ways for how to reduce the control of the government so that people have relative higher power to the government. So separations of power within the government in three branches was one way of, I think it was Montesquieu who suggested this, and now it's the default way for governments around the world, right? To have three arms. So that's number one. Number two is secularism. They suggested that religion and politics have to be separated, and this is one of the Enlightenment values. Three is representative democracy, okay, as opposed to absolute democracy, not absolute democracy, but representative. As opposed to direct democracy is representative democracy. Free speech, free trade, respect for fundamental human rights and property rights, respect for the scientific method, freedom of assembly, respect for the rule of law. So these are the things that comes to my mind when I think about Enlightenment values. Is that a good friendly Muslim? Do you have any
that's a good definition. No, it's good.
Yeah.
Yes, I forgot secularism in my definition of Enlightenment values.
Yeah. But yeah, democracy and free speech and secularism, I think, are the main parts.
Yes. So I just wanted to talk about the Muhammad Zubair's arrest.
Oh, before you do that, I wanted to challenge you on your opinion that you said that Hinduism, because we can't have nice things, so why not Hinduism? So the problem with that is that, first of all, you're saying Hinduism as a way to not to challenge Islam, because as opposed to Islam. So you're like, hey, we have Islam, we can't have enlightenment, so it would be good if we have more Hinduism so we don't get more of Islam, right? Is that kind of what you're saying? No, go.
Okay, so my point was that we are not going to get real Enlightenment values. If we get like something from the liberal parties, it is going to be a very fake secularism, which will be like what was the name of the guy? John Rawls. John Rawls, plus a lot of hypocrisy and plus a lot of magnitude. That will be like the Indian liberal parties right now. They will give everything
last
to the
time
minority.
you said it's better than Islam, so why not Hinduism? That's what you said. No?
Did I say that? If it comes to like Islam versus Hinduism, I will definitely choose Hinduism. But like Islam doesn't have like political mileage in India.
Okay.
I'm choosing.
So you're a Hindutva that is not at all concerned with like Islam's influence in India, because Hindutva's identity is like usually defined around that fear.
Yes.
So why would you want nationalism then? I'm confused.
Because I think that's because the population of Muslims at the time of partition, hashtag not all Muslims, at the time of partition was like very much more in terms of percentage, and it was a result of that Hindutva came along to like unify the country and fight against the Islamic radicalism which was like in the Khilafat movement. I'd like to talk about that later. And that's why Hindutva focuses so much about like on the Islamic fundamentalism. But I think I follow Hindutva because of two things. One is because it is best in the market, and two, it is blatantly against caste.
Okay, the problem with Hindutva is that it's so it's anti-Muslim in my opinion rather than anti-Islam. Okay, but the thing is that like, oh my God, look, Islam. Let's choose Hinduism, not Islam. Let's make this the dominant religion. It's not making Muslims in India like oh, okay, maybe we should choose Hinduism instead of Islam. Okay, like you're saying, like to people who say just like, okay, Enlightenment values are good and all, but we want to make sure India is dominated by Hinduism because we're scared of Islam. What I'm saying is that they're not making India dominated by Hinduism by going and like, hey, Muslims, how about give Hinduism a chance? Okay, they're like, no, like they're demonizing them, right? So in fact, the effect that they're having is that they're Islamizing. Well, I mean, they're making the Islam section of India more radical, right? So they're not making India more Hindu. They are making the Islam part of India more radical. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes. So, what was the first part? I like, just forgot. I was trying to find
I'm
find a
just
piece
saying,
of paper
like,
to write
I'm
my
just saying,
point. First point.
I, my first point is not like oh, I like Hindutva because they're making the major identity of India Hinduism. I'm like, they're not doing
Yes.
that. Not that many people are going like, hey, I was Muslim up until now, but Hindutva convinced me. Like, where are the Muslims who are saying that Hindutva convinced me to leave Islam and become Hindu? Do you know what I mean? Like the effect that
Yes.
they're having is like the Muslims who didn't take Islam seriously are now taking Islam a lot more seriously. You know what I mean? That's the effect that they're having.
Okay. So, point one, like about Hinduism being dominant in India. When I say I want Hinduism to be dominant in India, I want the Hindu culture to be dominant in India. Like, I would
Yep,
be
but
really glad if like
is
all the belief
Hindutva
in God.
having is
Yes.
Hindutva okay? So not the Hindu belief, but the Hindu culture. Okay, but
Yes.
is Hindutva having that effect on India?
Yes, of course. Like even Hindus were very divided. Like before all this happened, and they used to have their caste identities first, and then later the Hindu identity, and the cultural identity was like very far away. Like the Hindu cultural identity, which was there. They
I
used to go to
understand that they're less divided. I understand that, but they're less divided because they're united in their hate for Muslims.
they are united against their hate for radical Islam.
That's okay. Well, I
They're
mean,
calling all of
th-
Islam radical Islam. I mean, if you
yeah.
go on the feeds at the moment,
I
every
mean,
Muslim in their view is a threat.
wait, friendly Muslim. They're calling not every all of Islam because honestly, all of Islam. I agree, all of Islam is radical Islam. Okay, but my problem is that they consider every Muslim as a suspect. Like my problem is that they think every Muslim is a potential terrorist
Uh,
or
but like the prime minister has many times praised Sufism as a culture and has like two Muslims, one Muslim which is like the minority minister in his cabinet, and he has like never said that all the Muslims are bad. Whoever has said this is like a very like
I'm
loony guy
talking
from.
about you cannot deny that this is a dominant way of thinking within Hindutva.
Yes, some people do think like that. I agree, but
It's not some
the,
people. It's a dominant way of thinking within Hindutva. By the way, I watched the Kashmir Files with Susanna. I mean, oh my God, talk about a hate piece. The way Muslims are treated. Like I was like, this looked like a movie that was made by the Nazis, and the Muslims were portrayed in a way a Nazi movie wants to portray Jewish people. That's how bad it was.
but it was
Like
like based on real events.
it okay. Oh my, so you're supporting the movie, right? You're saying you're supporting the message of the movie.
It was like a fine movie. I like don't like it very much because the
See,
writing and all
okay,
was poor, but I didn't think like there was a
the
lot of hate in
fact
it.
oh my God. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. The fact that you do not see what I saw when I saw the Kashmir Files shows to me that you are blind to the amount of hate that is being created against Muslims in India. Like the fact that you didn't see what I saw. The fact that you said like it's based on real events. You know how loose that definition is, like based on real events. You know how much room for flexibility you have. Yes, of course it was based on real events. It's not based like I know that a lot of those things happened, okay, but that
Yes.
doesn't restrict you much based on real events. There's a lot of room for propaganda even if the movie is based on real events.
Okay, so like,
Do you
what's your
understand?
criticism about the movie? Like, what? How should they have made
Oh,
it?
you have like 7 hours because I don't know where to start. But the one that I'm highlighting right now is how out of their way they went to show Every goddamn Muslim. I don't even wait. Was there a Muslim that was good? Because I think the only reference to good Muslims was the speech at the end that there are some moderate Muslims.
Yes,
But were
moderate
there?
Muslims were also killed.
I know, but were there a character in the movie that was a good Muslim? Friendly Muslim, have you seen the Kashmir Files?
I don't
No,
think there was a
but I
character.
was,
Or
I
there
did see
was.
the breakdown of what things were wrong in it, and so it was just a non-starter because
Watch
I,
it. Watch it. It was horrible. Satya,
There
you
were
correct.
like
Yeah,
yes,
go
there
on.
were like references to like good Muslims, which were like, again, I don't like to use this term good
Was there a
Muslims because
single? Okay, not only was there not a good Muslim in the movie. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay,
yes,
every Muslim in the movie was evil to a cartoonish level. Like I thought, like even at the beginning, I was like, okay, this neighbor, good. They have a good Muslim. They're trying to show the neighbor that is a good Muslim, so to show like, okay, like sure, we're gonna put like a few Muslims here that are good. But no, even that guy like was betrayed his neighbor, and like they weren't. It wasn't that just that the Muslims were like not okay. They were like so evil. All of them were so evil. It was unbelievable. It was unbelievably cartoonish. And the evilness, it wasn't like, oh yeah, this is just like a murderer. It was like, oh my, it's such a bad, a poorly made movie in a way that it's just such absolute obvious propaganda. Like I can't believe like people watch this and like, yep, this is a good representation of real events. I mean, some of the interviews, you're saying it was based on real events, okay? So let me
yes,
tell you, it was everything there was based on real events. But the good thing is that like there was a part of the movie that I saw the real interview. I have seen the real interview and I've seen their portrayal of the interview, and the level of propaganda that they added to that interview is like they're betraying every single person that is like the trust of every single person that is watching the movie. So yeah, again, the interview that they showed in the movie, right, it was based on a
yes,
real interview that happened,
yep, yep,
but it was night and day. Like the difference could be like if somebody had the people who have watched the real movie, if they were being honest, are like, okay, this is like a major propagandistic twist on the actual interview that really happened. Do you know what I mean?
but like the contentious parts in the interview were like the guy asked if they would have asked you to kill your mother or your brother, would you have killed him? And the guy says yes, and that was the real interview in the real interview too,
Yeah. Okay.
wasn't
So
it?
see, yeah, it was, but the actual interview was an arrested man that was being accused of something that he did wrong. That this person was executed, like was being charged with crimes against, as a terrorist. Right in the
Yes,
movie, it was like on a he was like being
yeah,
treated like a like a
yes,
guest, like he was being treated as somebody who was like being celebrated, like he was being.
yes, yes. I'll tell you
So
why.
this is 180 degrees opposite of what the reality was. So it
Yes,
was based
because
on real events.
the guy who was being interviewed was like a combination of two real people. One was Bitta
I
Karate,
I
was
know,
like
but
a
do you see how that misrepresents what was happening? Like somebody
yes, but the,
that as if India would have just like let somebody walk, somebody who's like, okay, so the guy who was coming on live TV and admitting these things, they wouldn't be treated like that. Okay, you're misrepresenting how. Okay, I'm at loss for words.
well, I
Like,
mean,
do
when
you
you said
see?
a combination of two different people, this one guy was
yes,
a combination of two different
yes.
people. Do you not see a problem
Look,
in that?
I agree that it could have been a lot better, but like when I go lenient on this movie, I go lenient on this movie just because like it is the first movie which talks about this incident, and the second point is like I
It's a
didn't.
betrayal of those events. Okay, so here's the thing: what happened was a
Yes,
genocide. Okay,
you agree?
this movie
No, no, you agree?
betrays what?
You agree that it was genocide?
It was a genocide. Yes.
Thanks, man. You're the first guy from the left to like agree to that.
Okay, why
Thanks.
were people not saying it was a genocide? This is another key factor. How many people do they consider? Because there was a UN report that does not consider it a genocide. So there's another issue. So,
Okay.
Okay,
No,
okay,
so
but
sorry.
what
let
I'm
Armin
saying
finish,
is,
then I'll strawman their steelman their arguments. Like,
what
let
I'm
Armin
saying
finish
is
first.
that this movie was a betrayal of the memory of all the victims. Okay, because the victims were used to do exactly what happens to those victims, to do it to Muslims now. Do you understand? This
Like
movie was a weapon against Muslims in India to do to Muslims in India what was happening to Hindus back then. This movie is an excuse for the same crimes that it's trying to condemn.
how is that an excuse for like the same crime it is trying to condemn? Like it is showing
It's
some people
it,
in bad light. Like all of the
it's
Muslims in that
fueling
movies.
the way the Muslims in that movie, okay, see the
Yes.
Hindus, the way the evil Muslims in that movie trying to show, like, look at these evil Muslims. They like looking at Hindus and they're disgusted by them, and they want to treat them poorly. This movie was showing Muslims in the same way,
But
and it's
the testimonies,
inviting the same. It's inviting the same time of actions and the same type of attitude against Muslims currently living in India today.
and I don't think that I don't think so that it invites like the same sentiment. But the thing is that
It is literally doing that. Do you not watch the news? It's literally doing, the movie
uh,
itself is literally doing that right now in India.
like how, like there were like 5 or 6 incidents where like some people got up and gave like some hateful slogans. But
Already, only right after the movie comes up, and the fact that somebody like you're like the better Hindutva, okay? The fact that somebody like you watches that movie and you don't see, like, yeah, I don't have any problem with this. The fact that you don't see the caricature, the cartoonish evil like villain that they're making every Muslim look like in this movie, the fact that you see that and you're like, yeah, I guess this is a fair representation of how Muslims are, like, and you have a hashtag not all right next to your name, and you're saying that while having like the level of irony here is just like, I can't take it. I don't know what to say.
okay,
You
I
guys
know,
talk to
I'll,
each
like
other.
I'll give you
I'm
like
gonna
the
take a break.
good Muslim. I just striked me. There was a girl who was like meeting this IAF officer, and this IAF Indian Air Force officer gave the girl a rose. You remember that girl?
Oh, the one that didn't start screaming when somebody got shot in front of her.
Yes. The 4 officers were shot, and like the girl started
Yeah.
screaming. That was a good
Okay.
Muslim right there. But I still think that
It was a
good
child. Okay, wait. Okay, if you want to use children as well, there was another good Muslim in the boat right next to that terrorist Muslim guy. That there was a,
Yes.
I don't know, the boy, like, okay, yeah, the children. They it didn't portray children of Muslims as terrorists. Okay, fair point. Sure, good job. Are you
But like you said that all the Muslims are dead. That's what I'm responding
okay?
to, man.
I'm sorry. Thank
But
you
if
for
they were
correcting me. The
technical
children were
point,
spared.
technical point, if they weren't of the age where they could make the decision whether they could commit to Islam and understand Islam, then they weren't technically Muslims. That would be considered Muslims. So technically, that still doesn't count.
Like how? Like I didn't get that argument.
Okay, so like if they were like under 10, then they can't accept
Yes.
Islam essentially because they're not within their faculties. So it was the child under 10 years old, let's say.
I don't think like the age was mentioned, but the girl looked like around 12 or 13. But anyway, like even like
Give,
if there was
give
no
her a
Muslim
few
who
more
was good,
years. She would turn around. Obviously, she was too young to be a terrorist. But another thing that was so interesting in the movie is, like, it wasn't just going after um, Islam. It was going after like some seemingly good people, the secularists and the Marxists and the
yes, the
Buddhists.
Marxists,
Okay, like it was like, oh, in the
Buddhists.
university, yeah, the Buddhists. Did you not notice that? Did you? Susanna
Oh, there was
noticed
a
it.
neo Ambedkarites. I think you're talking about the neo
No,
Ambedkarites.
no,
They are
yeah,
like
but
yes,
also in the house of the teacher, there were Buddhist
yes.
symbols all over her house. You know,
Okay, I didn't
so
notice that, but I know where
yeah,
that's coming from. Like
yeah, I know
you
where
know what
that's
the neo
coming from. But they
Ambedkarite
were like
movement is, right?
literally cover everybody. Oh, Oxymoron is here. Two Hindutva.
Okay. So,
Hi.
two Hindus now.
Okay, I'll
Okay, so
talk just in two
like
minutes. I think
okay,
I just came walking and little tired.
so like
Okay, go.
the
Wait.
environment of that time, even like from the books of secular people like Rahul Pandita, like the guy who was chased out of the
Hello?
valley and he made a like wrote a book after that. Like even according to his records, like I'm not saying most of the people, but most of the people whom he saw were like bad and evil. That was like even it might be because the radicalization was so high at that point of time, but like almost
The,
all of
the,
the Kashmiri Pandits whose testimony I hear, they say that almost all of the people they saw didn't come out to help them and were mostly like evil.
Yeah,
And the
the
price dropping
okay.
scene,
There is no.
it is like
We're
a
not
true
talking
scene.
about that. We're not talking. We're talking about Muslims specifically during that time. I'm talking about
Okay.
Muslims right now. Okay, I'm
Okay.
saying they're being seen as all, Muslims as a whole are being portrayed as purely evil. Okay, like there's like first of all, and also, I don't know, the fact that people didn't come out to help you, that doesn't necessarily mean that they were okay with the killings. Okay, like
Okay.
this is a time of war. People try to save themselves. But anyways, I don't want to use the testimony of a couple of reporters as a way to judge an entire population of people. One, okay. Two,
Okay.
I do think like I also I agree it was a genocide. Okay, I also agree that it went ignored. Okay, I agree
Yes.
that it was ignored and it should have not been ignored. Like this was a tragedy that it should have been highlighted. But this was not the right way. This was a horrible way. This is actually makes it more difficult right now to highlight that and bring back the memory of the victims that were of that crime. Bring back the memory of it in a proper way, because of the fact that they were used as tools for a propaganda piece makes it so difficult to now bring it back objectively, because every mention of their name and their victimhood could be used as a propaganda tool. It has already been tainted. The memory of them, like this is the experience people have. These like the audience that you should have had were not the people who are already bigoted against Muslims. Okay, you wanted to convince the secularists, the Buddhists, the Muslims who are not radicals, right? And the international community, like, look, this is what was ignored. Oxymoron, you have a lot of background noise. Here, I'll mute
So,
you.
like,
No,
what do you
hold on.
think should
You
have?
want it? No. Now, when the international world looks at this movie, they see an obvious, bigoted propaganda piece. So the first time that you had their attention, this is what you hit them with. This movie only works with Hindutva and anti-Muslim bigots. That's what this movie works with. These people were already aware of this horrible crime. Most of them were, okay, that other people are ignored. The people that you should have gained, the people that you should have appealed to, you lost them with this movie. But anyway, Oxymoron, go on.
But even like the Democrats in the
Yes.
US,
Wait,
even they like
wait.
gave it a standing applause and like did a ceremony in which they said that this movie was really nice and things like that. And the
Well,
second thing is like these
there
people
are, that's
didn't come to us to say to us that okay, what has
let's
happened
say
to you? Please tell us. It was this director who went out to them and showed him this movie, so he earned an opportunity. And I don't think he lost it. But even if he lost it, I'm no one to say that you lost your opportunity.
okay. Let's
You agree?
talk. Yeah, I mean, I'm saying the opportunity maybe was like ruined by a lot, but it's not completely lost. Oxymoron wants to say something. Let him speak. Yeah, go on.
Do you think there were any hate crimes against Kashmiri Muslims after the movie came out?
Hate crimes against what?
Kashmiri Muslims.
Kashmiri Muslims. I don't know if specifically in Kashmir, but I knew there were attacks against Muslims.
Do you have any specific attack that happened because of Kashmir files?
Because of Kashmir files?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yes, but if you want me to prove to you that it was because of the movie, then I'm not going to be able to give you proof 100%.
Okay.
But somebody in live chat is saying yes. So Sheikh BH, can you give us the examples? Because I remember specifically reading news about that. It did incite violence and hatred towards Muslims. But in the live chat they're saying people who did commit crimes, they said they did it because they watched Kashmir Files. I remember seeing that specifically, but if you want me to go find it, you have to give me some time.
Okay.
Unless people in the
you
live
do
chat
have it, right? You do have read that, right?
What?
You do have read that, right? That there's something like that out there in news. I will trust you. There's no problem with that. I just didn't read it.
I don't understand what you're saying. Can somebody, your audio is
okay?
Can somebody tell me what?
Yes,
Satya,
like
what you say?
very heavy.
Your audio is bad.
Now, is it now good?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I think there are incidences where after the movie was released, that Kashmiri Hindus, I think there are around 800 Hindus living in Kashmir right now. They asked for government to ban the movies because they feel unsafe now, because the movie was released and because the Kashmiri Muslims are getting to know about it, the Islamists. I think there have been three to four attacks after the movie was released in Kashmir against Hindus.
Okay,
Uh,
and what's your point?
and
There were attacks on
and
Muslims and there were attacks on Hindus, and
and then there was attack in UP where two people were killed just for going to watch the movie
okay,
by
and what's the
Islamists.
okay?
So
You're
you
doing
don't
the what?
see similar kind of attack from Hindu side towards Kashmiris or Kashmiri Muslims or Muslims in general.
Okay, so
Why is that?
I do well because Islamic attacks are more common. You want me to do whataboutism? Yes, true.
No, but you don't. So you said it's inciting hate. Then we don't see expressions of hate.
Hang on one
We
second.
do
A
we
Hindu activist attacked a Muslim man with a sword after watching the Kashmir Files. This was April 22nd, 2022.
we don't. And Oxymoron, you're saying we don't see hatred? Are you? What world are you living in? Are you serious right now?
Yeah. I think that the only incident
Have
that he pointed out, I didn't know, but I don't actually
no?
see a lot of hatred.
You don't see a lot of hate. Like, are you saying because of this movie or in general? Because in general, Hindutva hatred against Muslims is astronomically high. Are you
Uh,
saying because of this movie specifically?
so about 40 to 45% of Hindus vote for BJP, so they kind of identify with Hindutva. So Hindutva, if you say it's a dominant hate for the Muslims, then do you mean to say that about 40 to 45% of India hates Muslims?
There's a lot of hatred by Hindutva, okay, against Muslims.
Yeah,
I'm not.
but
There's a
on scale.
the way I'm talking about it is a spectrum. The way you talk about it, you want me to make a black and white claim about every single person
No,
that
but
is.
can we have proportions that how many you think that
It's not. It
directly
doesn't work
hate?
like that. I know that with Hindutva ideology, okay, and Hindutva members are extremely bigoted. Not all of them, but there's a tendency to be bigoted against Muslims. Okay, you want to connect the dots and be like, well, Hindutva is BJP. BJP people in India voted for BJP, so all of them hateful towards Muslims. I'm not going to connect the dots like that for you because it doesn't work like that. Nothing works like that. Okay. I'm only making the claim that I'm making. If you think you're looking at everything as in too much black and white, as if this means this means this. It doesn't necessarily follow. All I'm
So I would
saying
like to
is
raise
that
a point.
what?
I would
Go
like to
on.
raise a point. So, like, your criticism of the movie is that they could have shown like some good Muslims who were there. Like, I agree.
It's
They could have shown some Muslims who were there who were good, who helped the Kashmiri Pandits. I agree. They could have shown it in that way. But even in the movie, you see that the part of the neighbors and the common civilians is like very less.
no.
Most of the
Okay,
times, the Muslims they show
you're not being honest here. Okay, like I'm talking
what
about something that anybody who's seen the movie can tell. Okay, the
like
Muslims
even
were portrayed as cartoonishly evil.
the
Okay,
Muslims
if
who
you
did bad things was showed as cartoonishly evil. Agreed.
they were basically all the Muslims.
They were
Because Hindus weren't killing at that time anybody.
like
What?
in that movie. Basically, all the Muslims that were showed were bad. I agree that they could have shown some good Muslims, but they are showing the Muslims who had killed the Kashmiri Pandits.
If you watch this movie and you
Yes,
do not come out thinking this was a horrible propaganda piece against Muslims as a whole, this was not just a movie that was trying to objectively highlight the crimes that happened at a certain time. Okay, this was a movie that was trying to be a propaganda piece against Muslims as a whole. If you did not come with that conclusion, you are either not being honest, or you watched a different movie, or you are so You are so uh, you know, deep within this propaganda world that you don't even notice it when it's right in front of your eyes. Okay, because every single time, like the move, like to some outsider, to somebody, an outsider like me who agrees that what happened was a genocide that should have been highlighted a lot more, this movie did not do a good. This movie betrayed that bringing more attention to that history,
What
betrayed the
number?
victims of this.
What number would you consider a genocide? Because this was picked up in the media also. So I've got these facts and figures. So I'd like you to just sort of tell me what you would consider a genocide. Because even the Indian media was saying, is it right for you to be calling this movie a genocide, or is it an exodus, or how would you define a genocide? Because officially it wasn't recognized as a genocide. So this is an important term.
Genocide. Well, I mean, based on what I understand of the definition of genocide, it should be considered genocide. I don't know why it hasn't, because it's mostly about how people who were killed selected for killing rather than the number. It does. It's not like a number. It's not like a number. When you reach it, all of a sudden becomes genocide. Okay, if a member of a religious group or an ethnic group are targeted for killing as a means of eliminating their religion, culture, or ethnicity, that is considered to be genocide. And there's a cultural genocide as well, and that doesn't necessarily require people to die, but this one is actually genocide because people were being killed for their religion.
Okay, so like the facts you have, like friendly Muslim, is that number like 250 Kashmiri Pandits died?
No, so what they're saying was that they were saying that it was up to 4,000. That's what they were sort of saying, that was the kind of number.
Okay,
Now, a professor had said it was more like 200, or official report said
yes.
299,
Like I would like
and
to talk about the official number.
then another number of someone in Kashmir, they said it was more like 399. So that's
Okay,
the figures here that
the
we've got.
figures of 250 and 300 came from an RTR, right to information appeal, which was filed for the to the Kashmir government to like know how many people were killed. But that number is flawed because the local authorities at that point of time, many of the people in the local authorities were like in bed with the Islamists, and they too wanted to kill and get rid of the Kashmiri Pandits. And there have been cases on testimonies of people, like they say that when they went to the police said no and like led them to the Islamists and some things like that. So like that official number is not like a very good representation. A better representation would be like to go to all the people who got
Okay,
out of that
but
place and ask
the
them what.
the official numbers are not claiming to be the total numbers of people who died. They are being claimed as the ones that were recorded. Okay, so
Yes,
people, a lot of Hindutva, like when they see these low numbers, they get angry. They're like, "Oh my God, this is a misrepresentation of fact." Okay, but if you actually look at the facts, it's like these are the recorded people who died, the number of people recorded who died. Okay, they're not
agreed,
saying these are the only people who died. Okay,
agreed.
uh, okay, but also the people who give like the high end of the numbers. Okay, they
Yes,
also, when they try to prove that it was that huge, okay, they say they give you evidence for why it could have been that high number. They don't give you evidence that it was that number. Do you know what I mean?
yes.
Okay,
I'm like
so
I know people try to get in this number game. Some people say it's too low, and some people tell it's like like an astronomical number to say that like look, these many people have died, so it's a genocide. But like I believe in your definition that they were being killed to like end their culture and chase them out of the valley and end their ethnicity from that place, and so that
yeah,
it's clear
an
as day that
attempt
it was a
an
genocide.
attempt an attempt was made to wipe out certain people with a certain culture out of an area, and killings
Yes,
of them was involved. That's genocide.
yes. Like I would like to come back to the movie. Like the concerns you guys are raising, like about people getting out of the movie theater and like going and killing about some people. I think there have been some incidents like this. Agreed, but like the movie was shown in like entirety of India, and like there are so many people. Some people are bound to go out and do things like this, which I say it is wrong, totally wrong. But to say that it is because the nature of this movie which promoted this, I think it is a misrepresentation. Because like the Hindu leader you are mentioning, I think he was like from a, like one guy mentioned he was from a very right wing like organization, I think even if the movie was good and showed some good Muslims who were like helpful to the Kashmiri Pandits and helped them in their case, even then I think these people would have gone out and killed those people, like killed or attacked those people whom they attacked. Like I don't think like
I'm so,
that's
it's so hard. I wish Susanna was here, and I wish either maybe Friendly Muslim had watched the movie, because if so anybody who watched the movie would be like, the problems with the way Muslims were betrayed would have not been fixed by by a good Muslim who was being helpful or doing a good thing. Like, it's just, I don't know how to describe how bad, how disgusting the movie was by in the way that it tried to portray Muslims. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, like the best way I could describe it is like, it would be as if it would be what you would expect for you if you were watching a Nazi-made movie, you know, in Germany back in World War II, and you would expect how the Jews in the movie were being portrayed. This is the way that the Muslims were being portrayed, or worse, in this movie. Like it,
but
and it was, and it was not subtle. It was so,
in the
it's just
face.
like, it was so in the face. It was like, hey, like, maybe tone it down so it becomes a little bit believable. Like, what the hell are you doing? This is not very, it's not even a good propaganda piece. Like, good propaganda pieces like try to tone it down so that it becomes a little bit believable. But this movie didn't even do that. I think this movie was kind of like a shock porn for, like, it wasn't trying to even bring back the memory of the crimes. It was just trying to throw meat at the alliance. Like they know that there's a lot of anti-Muslim hate in India. It wasn't trying to raise awareness about this genocide. It was just trying to let all these Hindutva just jizz over this movie just because, and just get a confirmation of their justification for their hate for Muslims. This was the goal of the movie, and it was very successful at achieving that, I think.
Well, I don't think it was very
Can I speak?
like if that was the aim, I don't think it was very successful because many of my friends watched it. My parents are like not from Hindutva; they are Congress voters. Even they watched it. Like most of the people whom I've met who've watched this movie are like, no, like they are not like let's kill all the Muslims or like all Muslims are bad or something like that. They are like, what happened? Like it was really bad, and I think I should have like read about Kashmir a little like before all this, before seeing this movie. I should have like done something to like give money to a fundraiser or something, because most of the people whom I met, like they were not that we should kill all the Muslims or all Muslims are bad. They were mostly like, even like from Hindutva Discord servers, you should like come to some of the Hindutva Discord servers. Even there, the main topic of the discussion was like, after we streamed the movie on the Discord server illegally. So illegally, the topic of discussion was that we should have like gone and read about this earlier and should have like asked the government to rehabilitate these people into the Kashmir earlier. I don't think
Okay.
any of my okay.
All
You
right.
go.
So you said nobody of the people you know had that effect on them, but let Oxymoron speak as well. Oxymoron,
Okay,
and then
so I would like to compare this movie to Schindler's List. So where there were no good Nazis or moderate Nazis being portrayed,
okay,
and they
go
were
on.
actually It was also a very cartoonish portrayal of the event. You can also
So
argue
you
that way.
okay? Good. Okay, so you're saying that. So you're saying like Schindler's List, because it was a movie. Because think about what you're saying. Okay, because that was a movie that didn't show the Nazis, any of the Nazis, in a good light. So this movie is also fair to not show any Muslims in a good light. Do you know what you just did there?
No, yeah.
Okay, okay.
I
So you
did
just
compare a lot of the portrayal
oh my
Muslims
god.
as Nazi.
I don't
Yeah,
agree.
agreed. Yeah,
I know.
agreed.
So
I
you're
don't agree.
okay. So you Oxymoron, you just said, okay, like it's fair to show all Muslims as evil. Look at Schindler's List; they portrayed all Nazis as evil. Do you see how that's not a good comparison?
Is that an
Uh,
oxymoron?
uh,
Oh,
no,
it's an
I think the director made the point that he made the point that there are moderate Muslims and there are Islamists, and
well,
it wasn't
no, no,
story
no,
about the
no. Look,
Muslims.
look,
It
look.
was story about the Kashmiri Pandits. They were really
Okay, okay.
betrayed by their
It didn't.
relative,
It
the
didn't do a very good job to
neighbors.
show like we're not talking about Muslims. We're not specifically talking about Islamists. Okay, especially in fact, not only it didn't do that, it kind of went out of its way to show like even the Muslims who are not holding weapons, okay, even the Muslims who are not jihadists, they're also evil. That's how far the movie went to try to show that. Like he
Okay,
went.
the first character was
Let me explain to people. Okay, the movie in an effort to show how untrustworthy every Muslim are, even the peaceful one, started with a Muslim in one of its scenes that was genuinely seemed a nice guy, genuinely seemed like he was like being friendly and helpful to the Hindu neighbor, only to all of a sudden when the Islamists, when the jihadists showed up, he kind of showed like the Hindu guy was hiding in a rice barrel to hide away from these evil Muslims that are coming there to get him, right? And the Muslim neighbor who was up to that point so friendly, so nice, trying to be helpful, like signaled to the jihadis, like he showed like up there with his hands like up there, and he poured some rice on the ground to show like where he's hiding, right? So and then the Muslims went upstairs and they started shooting at the barrel of rice, and then blood started pouring in front of his wife and children, and blood started pouring out of the rice barrel, right? So yeah, they're like, hey, your friendly Muslim who has been so nice who has been so nice to you upon every day, when the jihadis show up, he's going to take the side of the jihadis. Of course, he's a Muslim. What do you expect?
That was the point of movie. That it was story of betrayal. How in 90s the Muslims who were friends actually turned against them. It was actually the story. This is not common. Even in sorry, I'm a little sick. Even in Bangladesh.
It's hard to argue this with you because you actually agree that this is a fair portrayal. Like I think Satya is like I disagrees with this portrayal, and it's like he's saying the movie didn't do that. You're saying the movie did that justifiably, right? It seems like this is the difference between your messages.
Okay.
So like I'm on the side that the writing could have been better, but the case of that rice dropping thing, it's like a real case. Like what's there to say about that? But like I think more Muslims could have been shown.
Rice thing was toned down because for 7 days she was eating rice of
she was eating that blood-soaked rice, but it was toned down. But I think the portrayal could have been better, but that doesn't make the movie is a propaganda piece.
You guys are missing the point. You know, I could make a movie about Hindus, okay?
Yes.
And every Hindu in the movie being evil, and based on something that actually happened. Do you know? I could make that movie, right?
Yes, agreed.
And it would be accurate. Like there are enough Hindus in the world that have done evil things that I could make a movie that every single character in the movie, okay, is an evil figure, and it's a Hindu. It's so obviously Hindu and evil. And if you come and like, hey, you're making Hindus look bad, I'm like, what? Look, this person exists. This is based on this character, and he did that. This person is based on this character, and he did that. That would not be a good excuse. This would be a hate piece against Hindus, even if every single character is accurately evil based on the real Hindu that exists in the real world. Do you understand that?
Okay, so like I would like to take another example. When
no, but do you understand that?
Yes, I agree. You could do that very well. You could do that.
But yeah, but it would be a propaganda piece against a bigoted movie against Hindus if I did that.
Like I would like to elaborate on it with an example. Like when Babri Masjid was, Babri Mosque was demolished by some other some of the radical Hindutva people. If you make a movie on that and you don't show any Hindus like defending the thing or like helping out the Muslims in that area, and you say that this is the story of that mosque and like all the Hindus are bad in that movie, I would say okay, no problem.
No, that would be, I would not be okay. I would not be okay with that movie. If you show a movie of entirely of evil, like every single Hindu person in that movie, every single person becoming like being cartoonishly evil in that movie, even if you could show me that every single one of them directly correlates with the life of a real Hindu that was evil, I would say that this is a hateful, bigoted movie, propaganda piece against Hindus. This is going to create hate against Hindus.
So I have a term called optical grammar, which I are trying to refer. So even in the first scene, I think it was the Muslim, the child who was friends with Hindu who was defending the Hindu kid, Satya. I think his name was Satya too. So he did portray the child as innocent and not worthy. And secondly, after that, the child doesn't know. The child grows up, but he doesn't know that what exactly happened at that time. So he wasn't exactly telling that every Muslim was evil. So the problem is this movie was from perspective of
Right?
Kashmiri Pandits
No,
and
no.
how they
So
experience
you're
this.
talking about the main character in the movie, right? The kid that
Yeah,
grow up. Christian,
no, no,
Christian,
no.
Christian.
His brother, elder brother, was
Shiva,
playing with
Shiva.
Shiva.
this. Yeah, Shiva. So he was playing with this Muslim guy whose father actually betrayed, but the son doesn't know it, and son was innocent, and he
Yeah,
believes that.
oh my God! So are you saying that the movie was fair because the children were not portrayed as evil? Satya made the same point.
No, I
Okay,
said
yeah,
that I just pointed out that exceptions, and he also said at last
yes,
the moderate
fair. The
Muslim.
Muslim children were not portrayed as evil. Okay, the children were spared. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
I'm saying that not everyone. That
I'm
okay.
happy. I'm happy the movie didn't show even the children of Muslims as terrorists as well. That's good job.
Hey, Armin.
Okay.
Armin.
I
Go.
don't see why
Could
you
you
guys have a
imagine?
problem with
Could
that
you imagine,
movie
right? For
because
example, if
Wait.
in
Let Ibn come.
Pakistan,
Go.
if a director made a movie on the 1947 Jammu massacres, in which between 20,000 and 100,000 Muslims were killed, and did it in the same way as this movie, I haven't seen it myself, but I will do this week. But from your perspective, like it would, like the two guys in the chat, they would probably see that as a propaganda piece, right? But
and
you have it the other way around, and it's like, oh, it's all fair game, you know?
like it
I
depends if it is like on that massacre specifically and Muslims have died in it, then like if you show Muslims dying and Hindus killing them, how's that bad? It
But
might come across as like
if you portray everyone in a bad light, and you know in that country that you've got a particular propaganda towards this group of people, and you're in this movie, you're specifically demonizing that group of people, you can see how it's going to come across. Do you understand?
how it is going to come across is like very much dependent on who is watching it, because as I told you, most of my friends and even Hindutva people in the Discord servers, they were not like all Muslims were bad.
Well, oxymoron disagrees.
That's not a good. Okay, so when we say this movie is going to have a bad influence on people in India, and your
Yes.
comeback is like, oh, I had some friends, they watched the movie and they weren't affected like that. Do you understand that that's not a good comeback? We're not saying like this movie is going to basically every single person that watches it is going to now pick up a knife and go look for a Muslim. That's not what
Agreed.
we're claiming. That's not
Agreed.
what we're claiming.
Agreed.
So
But
okay.
the point I'm making is the movie could have been written in a better manner. Some Muslims could have been shown in a better light. If I was a
Yeah,
director, I might have gone ahead and shown like some Muslims in good light too. I agree. But there is no guarantee that the people who are becoming bigoted right now, like I think they are bigots from the starting only, but the people who are doing bigoted acts after watching this movie in this particular in this particular direction and this particular
it's not.
script,
I don't
if
think the claim is that people were not bigoted and they're now going to be bigoted. I think the most influence that it's going to have is that people that were already bigoted and already hate
yes,
Muslims, it's going to fuel their anger.
yes, agreed.
That's
But
what it's going to do.
let's imagine that it was just an like the movie I want to make, then where some in the movie some Muslims had helped the Kashmiri Pandits and things like all the things, all those toning down incidents, like not toning down, but the balance in the movie is like there. Do you think that those same people would be like, okay, some people help those Kashmiri Pandits, so like I should leave my bigotry, or they
It's
would not
not.
be
It's
emotionally
not black.
charged up?
It's not black and white. It could have been a better movie with less of a
Agreed.
heart, right? It could
It could have
have.
been a better movie. Agreed.
It could have had a lot of like for example, we've seen other movies like when they are trying to mention like crimes that were committed, they put messaging in there, put good, for example, a lot of like when you, for example, you're trying to show that, yeah, for example, you could put good Muslims in there, but you could also have the characters in the movie that are part of the good people, that the people that are relating to, you could give them lines that shows them, more sympathetic, but the only line that people go toward mention is that last line that he said, some even moderate Muslims were killed. It doesn't even say that moderate Muslims could potentially be good people. You just said that they also the Muslims also kill each other. Okay, but it like not only it didn't have any lines or any messagings to reduce the anger towards Muslims as a whole, it actually did the opposite. The lines, the philosophy was to show that the peoples who consider that Muslims are not all evil and they're all not oppressors, they're the naive people. They're the people who don't understand what's going on, or the people who yet don't understand what's going on. So not only it didn't try to control for that, it fed into showing how out of touch people are if they do have that philosophy. Do you
Okay,
understand
so
what I'm saying?
like if you make a movie about the Holocaust, like do you think it is necessary to have some good Germans in the movie? Like not Nazis, but
Yes,
some good Germans.
yes, Germans, yes, for sure.
And
For
if the good
example,
Germans are not there, like it's a propaganda piece.
No, I mean, okay, so this movie is a propaganda piece, but that movie cannot be a propaganda piece because the Germans are not in power anymore, right? Like, so there's no fear of like, hey, let's make sure like people don't hate Germans because of Nazis, because people don't do that right now. Okay.
Okay,
People,
so like your criticism
no,
is that
but
the
like,
movie
have you
didn't
seen
make sure.
have you seen the movie The Pianist?
No.
Okay, so that's actually a movie where some Nazis even who seem to be not okay with anti-Jewish like there was a Nazi general there that tried to help out a Jew. Okay, and he paid,
Yes.
at his
Heavy
own
price.
risk.
Yes,
Yeah,
I agree.
well,
Like the movie could have been better. That's what I'm saying. But this claim that it is outright a propaganda piece and it is instilling hate in the minds of people who were like bigoted, and it is giving them excuses to be more bigoted. I think it's like a hyperbole.
no, somebody in the live chat. I always have a hard time reading your name. He's saying he literally is comparing Kashmir with Nazis. No, he's not doing that. He's saying not Nazis but Germans. He said Germans. So
Thanks for
He
defending.
probably is talking about me.
yeah, he's talking about. That was pretty bad, oxymoron. You have to agree with that. You were
Oh,
like,
no. Let me tell you. At that point, I think I have interacted with about, I think, 100 Kashmiri Muslims at this point. So almost every single one, I think about one or two has been denying that such thing happened. And first of all, the movie isn't about Kashmiri Muslims; it's about Pandits, and even more, it's about the institutions that have been silent over this, and for certain reasons. So that is important to me than actually what about the Muslims. It's not. I don't really care about the Muslim part because it can be changed, but it targets the institutions that were silencing what happened at that point of time, even within India. So I think I have interacted with, I think even before movie came out 2 3 years ago. So I was actually convinced that it was actually fault of Kashmiri Pandits in a way that they held the power. They were sort
that
of
doesn't
like,
negate anything. That doesn't negate anything we said. Okay, so for example, okay, go watch the TV series. I think it's called Tehran, but made by Israel, right? Is it called Tehran TV series? Like it's about Iran. It's a movie. Yeah, it's a thriller series. It's about certain IRGC. There's certain. It's a spy movie. Okay, and this is made by Israel about um, Iranian regime and Israeli spies going to Iran and stuff. Okay, I haven't watched it yet, but I heard it's very very popular. Okay, it's a Mossad hacker agent going into Iran. Okay, so Israel and the Islamic Republic of Iran are enemies. But if you watch that movie, you could see, and it is highlighting a lot of unfairness and evil of the Islamic Republic of Iran. But there are so many good Iran. Not only there are good Iranians, there are even people. The evil people in the movie are even shown as complicated. That they have good within them and evil within them. Even the evil characters. You know what I mean? It's not like this movie was like written by a child, I think, that like wanted to make like, and he's so evil that he tortures children before like 5 minutes after he wakes up, and he goes to bed by playing the music of people of screaming, I don't know, woman as background or something. Like it was what they like. It's not a very good, like it was like, are you guys like for real? Like this is what you take as like a good representation of history? Like it was so bad. But like other people, when they make movies like this, even when they want to show a harm, they do it in such more like, even if it's a propaganda piece, they do it in in much more subtle ways. Like the fact that this actually has a lot of, to me, the fact that this is such a popular take on the whole Kashmir genocide shows to me is proof of how much bigotry, how rampant bigotry against Muslims exists in India. Like I am based on the popularity of this movie, I am as afraid for Muslims in India as people should have been for pandits or Hindus in Kashmir at that time. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, I have a movie. It's called My Name is Khan. Did you see it? Actually, it was a Shah Rukh Khan movie.
No, I don't think he has seen it.
Anybody did see the My Name is Khan movie of Shah Rukh Khan?
No. Shah Rukh Khan.
So it was actually designed just like the Kashmir Files. It was kind of portraying almost all white supremacists as evil. It was based on backdrop of 9/11. And
Okay,
I don't
it was
think it went in US, but I don't think anybody had it.
Oh my God,
led
I don't know
to
how you can compare the two.
Yeah, I'm shocked with that. I'm
optical,
absolutely
even though
shocked.
there's no brutality in
Are
the
you
movie,
serious?
but
I'm
I think
so shocked.
thematically both movies were very cartoonishly portraying the two.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
I
white
don't understand.
supremacists.
How many white Americans are there in America? How is this going to, like, portray them all as evil? It was about basically a film about discrimination, about a Muslim guy who's gone to America and is being discriminated against.
Post
And,
9/11,
to be honest, it wasn't the best of films, but it's not going to draw
it was
hatred towards
Disney.
American people. Like, they weren't killing Muslims or they weren't killing Indian people in that film. It was the complete. I don't know. It's not. You can't compare the two. It's madness.
Wait, were there any good white people in the movie?
I haven't seen it for a long time, so I can't remember.
Oxymoron.
Yeah.
Oxymoron.
I didn't see it for a long time, but I think that when I felt that, then I saw that I think it was exactly same that there were actually no white people, almost no white people who were good.
It wasn't that
Almost
they
no
weren't
white-
good. It was post 9/11 and his experiences, and people have a stereotype of him being a
And
Muslim.
it was actually taking multiple pieces out of newspapers and just stitching it together to make a narrative that USA is very Islamophobic country.
No, so people people in the live chat are saying no, they were so on Twitch is saying yes, they were good white people. Most good people were whites. Okay, so because originally you said that every single white supremacist in the movie was bad. I mean, that would be accurate because every single white supremacist is bad. Okay, but
white people were generally portrayed as bad. I don't think the scale. Probably, I don't know. I think I saw that
in the live chat. In the live chat, they're saying that most of the good people in the movie were white. So it wasn't showing all white people as bad. It was just showing the white supremacist people as bad.
I have to watch the movie, but I think I watched it long back, and I had that thought that it's almost cartoonish too.
Okay, if you make a movie, okay, where every single white person in the movie is bad, okay, that would be a propaganda piece, and it would be bigoted against white people. I don't know if this movie was like that, but I would have the same standard. Like if a movie every single time a white person shows up, he's doing something evil, that would be a cartoonish propaganda piece against white people, and it would be wrong.
But I'm saying that Muslims didn't start discriminating white people because they watched the movie. Indians didn't start discriminating white people because they watched the movie.
Oh, okay. So you're saying we could make propaganda pieces against Muslims as a whole, as long as nobody does anything about it.
No, I think that the movie leads to violence is kind of wrong. I think I use the term like institutionalization of violence. It doesn't matter how many movies you make or how many what kind of blasphemy you do, as long as there is no systemic institutional support to carry out such crimes. They don't
Okay, you're
happen.
making it you're saying like, hey, go ahead and make as many hate movies as you want about any minorities, because none of this is going to affect anybody's opinions as long as there's no institution that is supporting people. Hate propaganda against minority groups is not going to result in any hateful acts.
I'm saying
That's
the
what your
institutions.
claim.
When I say institutions, I don't necessarily mean government. Institutional, I think it's structure of society.
That's
That
an you know that you're making an extraordinary claim where
yes,
movies,
I have
books.
seen a lot of people calling for genocide. It never really happened. So that's
Okay,
actually a very personal experience.
people's opinions, people's actions, and the amount of hate they have for groups of people are affected by media, and this is part of media. This is not a bizarre claim to make.
Okay, so like I would
Can I
like to get in on
can I
this.
Wait,
just
Like
once
if
can I
it
just
was
put
a
a
very like
technical
friendly
Santos, sorry,
guys,
one second. Can I just put a
let's go.
technical point in? Because bringing my name is Khan in here is like bringing a Disney movie into the thing. So here's some facts here. Yeah, it was a PG-13. It was classed as a drama, and critics' consensus. My Name is Khan rests on powerful performances to tell an affection story that blends timely themes and old-fashioned Bollywood melodrama. I mean, PG
What?
13.
A
You know,
woman was sawed in half. A Hindu woman was sawed in half by Muslims in the
no,
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 he's
movie.
my
talking
name is
about My Name
Khan.
is Khan.
I'm talking about My Name is Khan. So it's a
Oh,
PG-13 movie, and he's trying to put that in the same category as the Kashmir
yeah,
Files, where a woman is
They
yeah,
sawed
were
in half.
actually thematically similar. They were trying to portray some kind
yeah.
of
But he's saying
population
it's
in
not.
I think
cartoonish
that's
way.
just an oxymoron, my friend. I think that really is an oxymoron.
Also, people don't understand that even if it's not about the violence, it's about the optics. You can make a very small Disney movie very influential. You can make villains very cartoonish and even in Disney movie. So when brain senses it, I don't think there's differentiation just for about the violence. In fact, I think the violence actually tones down the act. It kind of
Okay, that's
makes
a diff-
people think,
That's true.
dampens the
That's true.
effect of it.
I think that the best part of the movie where they actually did their best to show Muslims in a good light was that when they saw the woman in half, they started with her head instead of her vagina, so that she dies faster and she doesn't feel the pain. I think that was the best they did with showing actually a humanist side of Muslims. Okay, or like actually being considerate.
Oh,
But that was
okay.
the
Yeah,
honestly. Other
but
than that,
do you know
Okay, so like
that
I would
it
like to
was
come in here.
actual sound, not the mechanical one in real life
yeah, I know. I
when that
looked it up.
happened?
And like it was
So,
done like on the chest or like below like on the stomach, like it
Oh.
was like her body was cut like on in the stomach. Like that's a different case. But like what I'm saying is when you
By
make
the way,
movies on
let me just say to YouTube that what we're describing is like what happened in the movie. None of this is in our views. Like we're just describing a movie that we're criticizing it. Please, YouTube, don't strike us down. We're just
okay,
talking about
we are more talking about the movie this time. So I'll try to say something. Do you know? Do you think that people hate the Scar of Lion King more, or do they hate Joker more? Because Joker killed a lot of people.
I don't
Are
understand what
you
your
are
point
you
is.
bringing Batman into this?
Okay, I'm just bringing movie because how I
No,
think
no. You
I
just said
think
no.
the
I just need
movies
to
affect
clarify. I
people
just need to
differently.
clarify. You're bringing Batman and the Joker into this.
Yeah,
Yes,
Okay,
because
yeah,
I'm
okay.
trying to make it about the movies and how it affects the people
okay.
in
What about
general.
Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker? I mean, if we're going this way, I'd like to interject and bring Star Wars into it.
can I make a point before that?
Yeah, sure.
No,
Okay, so like I would like to say like a movie is based on some real cases. If there were movies like this portraying Muslims in bad light, like all of the movies in India were like this, I would definitely have a problem with this. But when a movie is based on something which is like a true event, and in those like in the testimonies of people, those people say that even our neighbors turned against us and they like helped the militants with in the exodus and in the genocide. Well, in that case, if the movie shows like that exact thing, and I think it should show like some Muslims in good light.
okay.
But if it like misses it, I don't think it's like a propaganda piece. The director might have some politics behind it, but I don't think it like is a hate piece and a propaganda piece. Because again, things.
The movie, the I don't know, director or movie producer himself said like it seemed like to be transparently not very concerned about facts if you actually listen to his interviews. But
Yes, once he said that
Well,
facts are not facts, but like that doesn't mean
he-
that whatever happened in this movie is like not true.
well, Rolling Stone India reviewed the film, gave it 1 star out of 5. It said it's neither cinematic nor historical. Aginotri, who is the director, simply attempted to weaponize the tragedy of Kashmiri Pandits in pandering to the current socio-political climate. Uninterested in nuance and context, dripping with gore and pushing an overt pro-right agenda, it was not even well-made propaganda. That's what.
Okay, so like
I
now I'd
agree.
like to like all these like newspapers and things like news websites. The moment a movie comes in India which is like mildly nationalistic, even like check it out with Rocketry. It's a movie about a nationalist scientist who is like nationalist. Any movie which comes out and has nationalist tinge in it, all these media portals are like, well, that's a hate piece, that's a hate piece, that's a hate piece. So I don't trust those media pieces.
Ibn Qayyim, have you watched it?
I have not, but I am definitely going to watch it now.
Guys, you have to
Okay.
watch it.
I
By
have
the
a
way,
question.
before
So, what do you think of people?
wait, one more thing. Before I say that more about propaganda, okay? There are so many loopholes there in the movie. It's just so poorly made. First of all, people are wearing jackets, okay, and they're like, the heat is killing us, okay? They're wearing hats and like 3 layers, and they're like, oh my god, if we're dying from heat, like, take off your goddamn
Yes,
jacket.
okay.
There's another part. There's another part where like the, you know, what's that thing, the machine that makes the beeping sound for your heartbeat, like beep 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 beep. What is that called?
What is it called?
Okay, I forgot what it's called, but
Pulse.
it goes. Yeah,
Pulse
no,
counter.
that's it. No, pulse counter. That's not what it's called. But it's like the guy is like speaking and about to die. Okay, and the thing goes like beep, but a few seconds after it goes beep, he's still talking. Like, look at that part.
Oh,
He's still talking.
that's badly made. What's going on there?
Like he
I
has a
agree.
few more,
Like
like his last words are a few seconds past where it goes beep. Like, I don't know how he manages to speak without a heartbeat. Like, so amazing. I don't
Maybe
know.
in Vishnu
it's
or
comedy. It's comedy. The movie was like it turned a tragedy, and it was like pure comedy. Like the plot holes. Like we were like 5 minutes into the movie, and like the plot holes were like covering, like adding up so much that we just stopped. Like we just like, okay, just let's stop pausing. This is a ridiculous movie. But anyways,
like,
go on.
I don't disagree with that. Like that's what I'm saying. It was a poorly made movie. It could have been made in a better way. But what you guys are claiming is that it's a propaganda and a hate piece. Like that's not what I agree with.
Okay.
I think it's a propaganda movie. I don't think there's anything wrong with propaganda. As such, propaganda is, I think, by definition, it's termed that it's sending a political signal. Almost every single movie is a propaganda movie. So there's nothing really wrong with a propaganda film. So I wanted to bring a different point. What do you think of people, I think, who are very prominent denying, claiming the movie is fictionalized? I think Nasiruddin Shah, in recent interview with Wire, claimed that the movie is a piece of fiction.
Well, Satya just confirmed it. He said that there was a mix of one character was a mix of 2 different characters. That would be a fictionalization then of a character and an incident. And also the numbers.
No, the incidents that portrayed in movie are fiction. The events portrayed in movie are
it's
fiction.
based. No, okay. So this is again oxymoron. You think too black and white. Okay, it's not either purely fiction or purely factual. It's based on real events with added fiction. So it was like
like an adequate way to define it would be like loosely inspired by like real events.
Yes, loosely based on real events.
How loose?
Yes.
That's the debate.
That's
How
the
loose
thing
is
to
the
decide.
debate? That's the decide.
Okay.
Yes.
I was trying to bring a different point. Oh, okay. So this is about the effects of movie on population. So how do you put it? Do you think that documentary like movies have more psychological impact than say the very dramatized movies? Like Schindler's List was very dramatized. This was actually very dehydrating, even though there was too much violence shown. It really didn't cause emotional stir that way. in so many ways.
Oxymoron, if your entire argument is that I don't think this movie is going to have that much of an impact, okay, this is just you theorizing things based on a conclusion that you've already made, okay? The movie will have like movies, okay, everything, books, movies, TV series, radio shows. These are the things that shapes people's opinions, their love, their hate, their philosophy, and their actions. Okay, these are the things that forms them. If you want to find a way that measures exactly how it affects them, unfortunately, we cannot do that. Okay, we just know that these things will have a positive or negative effect on people's beliefs.
I think there will be impact, but it won't be as much of emotional as it will be strategic impact, because I think it was also based on a little bit of how it brought the awareness about Kashmir. Even the movie actually happened.
Okay, actually, to me, my bigger concern. Okay, I have a concern about what this is going to do to people, but my main concern, my number one concern, is that the fact that it shows the already existing problem. Like I'm looking at it more as a thermostat than something that ignites more hate. It shows it's something that it shows the level of the fact that somebody as friendly as Satya here originally came here. I was like, I didn't saw you in a problem. Like it shows how deeply Hindutva people are buried in hate, that when a movie like this so cartoonishly portrays Muslims, they're like, yeah, I see no issues here. Like I think it just comes across to me as how tone deaf you have to be, and that level of tone deafness must be because you are constantly are exposed to hateful messages towards Muslims that you can't even see it when it's right in front of your eyes.
Do you think hate leads to violence?
What?
Do you think hate leads to violence?
To violence, yes. Unjustified violence, yes.
No. Only institutionalization of hate leads to violence. I can tell another example of this. People who are in second-grade towns or villages, they actually don't hate the Muslims that much as urban people who live in cities who are neighbors to Muslims or other kind of diverse peoples whom they actually hate. So you can actually see lot of social media hate powering from urban side of things, urban people who live in a very diverse world.
What's your point? I don't understand. Your audio quality is kind of bad, and I don't understand the point that you're making.
I think that it's not about the hate. Hate actually doesn't lead to violence, hate speech or hate propaganda, unless there's structure
there's
there's underlying structure.
Okay, there's a lot of studies
on to violence, but I would like to tell what I think about the Kashmiri Muslims, and then
I just want to make it that this is wrong. There's a lot of studies on how people's hatred towards minority groups actually does lead to violence. Okay, but even if it doesn't lead to violence, which it does, there's a lot of studies on this. The problem with hatred of minority groups is not just violence; there are oppression, discrimination. The cost of this comes in so many different ways beyond just violence. Okay, Satya. You guys, everybody make your last point, because we have to. I haven't still answered all the Patreon questions.
Oh man, okay. This discussion started with the Kashmir files, and it ended on Kashmir files too. So sad. Yeah. So I think that many of the Kashmiri Pandits are Kashmiri Muslims are with the militants, but I think most of them are neutral, and the number of people who are with the militants, I think a little more than that number of Kashmiri Muslims are with the Indian Army, because the Indian Army has informants in the valley, and many of when I hear officers, they say that many of them even work for when they give some information, they give it for free. They charge a fee sometimes when they have to risk their lives to get the information, but many of the times they just do it for free. And when Pakistan invaded India in 1999, it was a Kashmiri Muslim who informed the Indian Army that there are some non-Kashmiris who are in the bunkers of your army. So I think that most of the Kashmiri Muslims are good, but some are bad. Exactly. But even still, I don't think it was a hate piece. I don't know how you guys are thinking it, but man, it's beyond me.
Okay, I want Ibn Qayyim and Friendly Muslim to watch it and tell me what they think next week. But go on, Ibn Qayyim, you go.
So what I want to say is, we're talking about oppression here, right? What about the oppression towards me in the chat earlier on by Suha Baraka? Armin.
What is it? What
Oh,
about it?
I saw that
Well,
too.
Yeah, I was banned.
what
In
what
chat,
was
Suha
banned?
accused me. She called me a terrorist and then banned me, or she muted
Oh,
me for a period.
when?
If you
Oh,
I
go,
don't know about this.
she deleted everything I've said, and she
it
When
was a
today?
temporary.
yeah
Yes,
today yeah.
like I can like I'm trying to find it. Basically, what happened is Ibn Qam said that all terrorism is not bad, so like something escalated from there.
Oh,
I said to
so
Suha, not all terrorism is bad. I said that's a deontological perspective, and I'm a consequentialist. She said anyone who justifies terrorism is a terrorist, right? Back to me. I said, oh, that's a stupid perspective, right? She banned me. Close the door.
banned you or blocked you for a few minutes.
She banned me. She muted me, and then she deleted all my chats, and then she called me a terrorist.
Okay. Yeah. So please don't do that. That's actually a correct. I mean, there's like that's an absolute. So what's your what were you trying to say?
No, that's all I wanted to say. She muted me, and
Oh, so D is saying he was name calling. He's being dishonest. He
no,
called
no,
her
no,
stupid.
no. You can go see in the chat. I said to her, D is
I think
also
you should. I think you
like.
should set up a committee to decide on this
I
matter.
said her perspective was that opinion was stupid because it's an incorrect an opinion, and she was kind of accusing me of being a terrorist by saying, "Oh, anyone who justifies terrorism is a
Okay, I
terrorist."
don't know if I could trust you, because you
Who did you
represented.
call a moron? Because I saw you made a comment. You said you called someone a moron. Also, who was
Yeah,
that aimed at?
after she called me a terrorist, I said, "You're a moron," and then she
Oh,
banned me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because you misrepresented Harris Sultan's view, so I don't know if
No
you're the best
way.
person.
Where were we
Okay,
misrepresented
oh, that's
Harrison?
yeah,
this
yeah.
is
I
spicy.
saw
No,
that
this is
too. I
spicy.
saw that too. I
'Cause-
saw that too.
yeah,
Just
did you
like
see
Yeah.
that?
on Sunday on Harris's stream, he was saying that this guy is not an ex-Muslim and he's misrepresenting me.
Oh,
Like
Harris
then I
Yeah,
Sultan
came
thinks I'm a
to.
fake
you
ex-Muslim, by
when
the way.
when you
It was a joke. It was
Evanka,
a joke, man. It was a joke. It was a
Yeah,
joke.
When
No,
you
it wasn't a
represent
joke.
when you talk about
it wasn't
someone
as a joke.
something that happened, you mention usually one side of the events. You don't mention both sides of the events. Like
No,
half
no.
of it
Listen,
gets.
Armin. After I
Oh,
had a conversation with Harris, right? He put in the title of the conversation. This was a few, at the beginning. I just
did you
criticized
insult
him.
D? Did you
I just
insult
criticized.
D? Don't insult D.
Where have I
Did you?
insulted D?
Okay, okay.
Yeah, she said. Yeah, anyway, in any case.
Anyways,
Uh,
so
no, by the
okay.
way, your moderators, they're a bit crazy, man. I think they just.
Hey, you're rude, so you're like you can't criticize people without being rude to them.
Yeah, because if they
Don't be
call me a
rude.
terrorist, if they accuse me of being a terrorist, I'm going to say something back to them. I'm not going to just lie down and just accept.
Okay, so
I'm a terrorist.
yeah,
But
yeah,
Harris
but you don't
Sultan,
have to.
when
Yeah.
I critiqued him, right, in relation to his debate with Daniel. What he did was in the title of the conversation that we had, right? He edited the video and put it up, and he said, "Oh, atheist in brackets." Do you know? No, sorry, in apostrophe. Do you know thingy? Like as
Quotes.
yeah. It's basically to say that I'm not a real atheist. I'm a fake ex-Muslim.
Okay.
And
Abakab, can
yeah.
you not like swear at people or like call them names when you're trying to criticize them? You do that with Harris Sultan as well. Like
And
just
how
tell
do
them
you
I just
feel about also you called Nuria the R word
I
three
yeah.
times? And
I still I'm
do you
still of
stand
that
by that?
perspective. I stand by that one, yeah, 100%.
Wow.
That's not
I mean,
that's
Guy,
not
Well,
that's not
friendly Muslim. What did she say about Muslims the other day when she was having a chat? A news story came forward in which basically the news story said that 45% of 45% of all hate crime victims in the UK were Muslim. Yet they only represent 5-6% of the population. Nuria said, basically, she said, "Oh, why is this money going towards protecting these people? They should be going to protecting us, ex-Muslims, these people that are threatening us, X, Y, Z." I don't know why you're defending people like this. People have
No,
these
okay,
kind of perspectives.
okay. So let me clarify. Now, me and Nuria, me and Harris can disagree, and 70% of theologies, and we'll disagree all the time. However, I will not refer to her using the R word or any other derogatory term. They have an open platform where you are able to call in and say, "I'd like to clarify these matters." So my issue is the way you're approaching the matter by referring to her as an R, with the R word. I'm not even going to say that because I know people families with children that suffer from what
Oh
you
my
called
God.
her. So I
Bloody
would
hell.
refer to that, even if I disagreed with that sort of terminology. That would be my first point. So I don't know, but obviously you stand.
Yeah,
I think there's
I
like a
believe in
very much
getting the R
very
word because I have ADHD in any case, so I can use the R word. I have the R word pass.
I think like there's a very big cultural difference in like Eastern traditions and Middle Eastern traditions and like the Western traditions, because there was like this like this word called muzzy, which is like a slur word for Muslims, and I heard it somewhere, and even my Muslim friends like started to call other Muslims as, oh, he's muzzy. And then like yesterday, like one day on Harris's chat, after I said that, oh, and there was the one muzzy guy who did something like this, they were talking about a different case, and then it struck me that this could be a slur. Then I searched it on Google, and it came out to be a really real slur. So I had to apologize, but that comment didn't get
But
highlighted.
I'm not being a slur towards her ethnicity or her race or it's specifically her being a stupid person. I refer to her as a retard because that perspective she had on that particular topic was a retarded perspective.
Do you
And
call
therefore,
everybody that has a perspective that is wrong? Do you call them the R word or stupid?
I
or
don't.
idiot?
The only person I've called a retard is Nuria so far.
That's not very. That's not. You're not being a nice person. Like, this is not the right
Nuria
way
is
to
not a very
criticize
nice
her.
person either. So I don't care about what
She had
people
a
how nice.
wrong. She might have a wrong opinion about a couple of things. You could go and correct her. Have you tried talking to her about this?
Yes, I have. She said to me, having a thought out position on a particular topic, going through a particular framework is not important. People like Nuria and
No,
Harris.
about this
No, wait,
specific.
hold on.
About this
Well,
specific.
not this
Yeah.
specific issue, but
There you
I
go.
haven't had time. I haven't had time to come on. But the thing is, Armin, Harris did correct her on that, right? When that was happening, he actually was on there and he said, "Wait, hold on a second. What you're saying is probably wrong." But she doesn't ever come back and say, "All right, yeah, I was incorrect on that." She just
No, she
continues with
does.
it.
She did no. Okay, so maybe your approach gets people's guards up. Okay, because I criticize both Harris Sultan and Nuria, and they both agreed that their position was wrong, and they changed their opinions accordingly.
But
Maybe
Armin,
your
don't you
methodology,
think?
maybe your methodology doesn't get the same results.
Don't you think it's a dangerous position to have to accuse someone who disagrees with you of being a fake ex-Muslim? Don't you think that's far worse than anything?
I don't. Okay, because I don't trust the way you're representing things. Because sometimes when people say this is exactly what happened, and then when you go look at what actually happened, you're omitting a whole bunch of things. So I don't know what happened. I'm not going to judge what. I'm not going to. I don't know. I'm not going to judge an event that I didn't witness. You cannot be like, "Hey, Armin, come and judge this." Like, I wasn't there, and I'm like getting.
You're assuming I've omitted something, right?
I don't. I'm just. No. I'm assuming. I'm just claiming that I don't know if you're omitting something or not. Right.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm not. But obviously,
Okay.
you can't judge until you've actually seen the.
Yeah, I cannot. Do you understand that I cannot judge an entire
you're
event
saying,
and
but
group
you said in your last sentence that you are omitting a whole bunch of things, so I can't trust you. That's what you said.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I will say that. I will correct that. Okay. I don't know if you're omitting. Okay. I have seen so many times when people said something, describe an event, and then when I went actually looked, they were omitting this is when I said they were omitting something, and this is why I know that I cannot just like sit back here and just trust a person's testimony of an event and then judge them. I don't know what happened. Okay. There are many things, and even you might not even lie, but you might just like your perspective of it would have been different if I from what I would have got out of it if I witnessed it directly myself. Even if you're not trying to omit something, maybe if I looked at the event, I was like, this is not how I see it. This is like what you missed. So it's not fair for you to just be like, here's my testimony, here's what happened, now judge it. That's not fair.
I understand. I don't expect that from you. I totally agree with that.
Did you see
one thing I do
something
want to
cool?
say just before I finish? Just one thing I do want to say is the one thing is true with Harris and Nuria, and I'm not going to slur. I'm not going to say any slur words or anything. They are secular humanists by accident. They're not there through a thought-out process. They are there by accident. And if the situation was different, if the circumstances were different, they could be either Islamists, they could be far-right neo-Nazis, they could be.
That's true about all of us.
No, it's different because
No,
really
every
come from
single one of
perspective.
us, every single one of us in the right environment, in the correct right environment, we could have been Daesh,
Yeah,
ISIS.
but I arrived at my position through looking or basing my opinions through the framework of an ethical or moral framework. They don't have that. They don't look through that prism, right?
That's a big claim,
They
man.
form their opinions based on their
Let's
based
not-
on what Richard Dawkins thinks. That's what Harris bases his opinion on. Or if Richard Dawkins thinks X, Y, Z, it must be a good thing. It's as simple as that. You know, they don't
that
even.
seems like it's that's not true. I have talked to Harris Sultan. He has very nuanced takes on things.
I think that's a very big claim that
Yeah.
he has no thinking in it and he's just idealizing Richard Dawkins. And even if he is like,
I told myself that it's not important to have a moral or ethical framework. They both have said that to me.
I think they might have been talking about a specific case because this is not like Harris.
He said to me,
I agree. I agree.
He said philosophy is not important, and having a moral and ethical framework is not important. That's what he said.
I think Atheist Republic should have a debate between Ibn Qayyim and Harris.
Yeah,
it would be fun to watch.
Harris anytime.
There are many people. Okay, I disagree. I think it's important to have an ethical framework, but I have seen very smart people also claim that it's not that an ethical framework, a consistent ethical framework, is too much of an ask. Like I've seen justifications for people, like a lot of you could ask a lot for people to be. There are a lot of ethical demands that you have. People are intuitive and people get why something is wrong, right or wrong, and to demand an ethical framework before they make decisions, it might be too much of a burden, so that the burden might basically turn them off from having very obvious and direct moral judgments that they would have taken if you didn't make put this burden up on their shoulders. So I'm not saying if this is a right or wrong argument. Like I myself, I'm in favor of having a consistent ethical frameworks. I'm just saying, like, you can't just completely dismiss somebody as a loon if they say, like, no, this is not that essential.
No. You know what I mean? Obviously, no. I don't think you should dismiss them as a loon. But how do you make consistent statements if you don't have an ethical framework?
I agree with you. I'm on your side on this, but I'm just saying it's not like, oh my God, he claims that you don't have to have an ethical framework. Like, this guy is insane. Like, I'm saying there are nuanced takes, wrong in my opinion, for why this is not essential. Do you know what I mean?
But Harris Sultan, what he'll do is he'll make one statement, one sentence, and he'll completely contradict that statement with his second sentence. I've seen him do this before.
Okay,
and it's beyond me. Like, how can he not realize that?
It's really wrong. It's really unfair of you to bring these things here where I don't know what happened, and like you keep throwing these here, and I don't know what he said, and not what context was this said in, and you're just putting us here for us to judge it. Like, if you want to have this conversation, you have to have it when Harris Sultan is here.
By the way, Suha is still calling me a terrorist in the chat.
Anyone supports or try to support terrorism. Okay, so Ibn Qayyim is not justifying terrorism. I think you misunderstood what he said.
She literally said to me, "You are a terrorist." If you go up in the chat, she said, "You are a terrorist." To me.
Okay, so she's wrong. So what's wrong? I think you need to be okay. I disagree with her, but I think you're a bit sensitive. I think, like, when people disagree with you or call you just you get so offended, or when they call it.
No. I don't mind people disagreeing with me, but calling me a terrorist is another thing altogether.
Okay, but
can I make a final point?
I think you will survive it, though. But I think you will be okay. Do you want me to?
She muted me as well. I don't mind her saying something, but let me come back at you. You know what I mean? If you're gonna call me that, let me come back at you. You can't mute me and run away. You know what I mean?
Okay. But do you want me to show me where it hurts and kiss it so it feels better? Is that what you want? I think Soha calling you a terrorist is not the worst thing that has happened.
No. She can call me anything she wants. Don't mute me, please, though. You know.
Okay.
So one final thing.
Okay, go on.
So on Sunday, you guys were talking about Mohammed Zubair's arrest was an alleged fact checker, and he blamed he painted a target on Nupur Sharma's head, and he was arrested for blasphemy and things like that. You guys remember?
Yes, he's been
Wait.
arrested.
Oh, the guy.
Yes,
Oh,
so
yeah. Okay, yeah, that guy. Yes, go on.
yes, so like I wanted to clarify that he is being prosecuted because of 295A, which is like the quote unquote
Bless.
blasphemy law, and promoting enmity because of a certain post. But he was arrested because police thought like he really deleted some of his tweets, and police thought that in our course of investigation, if he keeps deleting tweets like these, we might not be able to come to a real conclusion. And so they went and arrested him and presented him in front of a magistrate in the next 24 hours, which was by law. And then the magistrate told the police that you can have 4 days judicial custody of him because he
Okay,
is not cooperative. And like I
yeah.
would just like you to guys like look at that perspective too.
Okay, maybe you should tell these things to Susanna, because this is not like people are like, what is he talking about right now? You know what I mean? Like,
Okay,
so I
okay,
don't know. Yeah.
okay.
Okay. Friendly Muslim, do you want to say something? I need to really get back to answering Patreon
Yeah,
questions.
no, of course. So it took a detour, but yeah, no, I think it's been a bit of an epic stream again. We touched Kashmir files. We had the perfect dawah, bringing on some points, and you guys got to hash it out. Fair play. I think you were very fair on his points. My friend over here, I mean, I would hope you find a better way to communicate your anger on certain things in terms of moving the conversation forward with Nuria and Harris. And I hope you take the opportunity to actually speak to them or see Sunday Scoop to see the video response that they have given to you. And then you can see where there may be a misunderstanding between
How
what
about
you. Yeah, sure.
how about we stream a debate here on Secular Jihadists
Yes,
between
I like that
Ibn
idea.
Qayyim?
I'm happy to do that with Nuria. I prefer Nuria, but Harris can come on as well. But Nuria is the one I disagree with the most, but Harris can come on as well. I don't mind. I disagree with a lot of his perspectives as well. So, yeah,
Okay.
I'm happy with
Well, I mean,
either.
they did a whole 30-minute video. Or, I mean, it's 20-minute video sort of refuting the
Have they
points
put it
made.
online as a separate video? Because I'm not subscribing. I'm not giving them any money. Have they put it specifically as a separate video? Or
It
have
was
they...
on Sunday Scoop, and I'm sure it'll come out as a separate video. I'm sure Harris
Yeah, but on
will.
Sunday Scoop, you have to be
Hey,
subscribed
friendly
to the channel.
Muslim, do they delete the Sunday Scoop video after they have streamed it? Because I can't find it.
No. What happens is the whole show.
Yes.
It's up for about 6 hours, and I think the editor then puts the timestamps on it, and then they make it for the patrons the full sort of hours. But then they'll chop up the clips of it basically, and then it'll
Oh,
come out during the week. So he's
okay.
normally running. Sort
I'm
of 2
waiting to
weeks.
hear back the response, and then I can respond back to him. But I mean, I was thinking maybe to get my frustrations out, I should start my own channel. What do you think?
Oh, well, I mean, you can, or you could just come here and vent every time.
I enjoy this. But do you know what it is, Armin? With you, I have a good faith person who I can have a conversation with, right? A lot of people online, they're not good faith. They don't argue.
Well, maybe try. Well, if you like it, then maybe try using my method by by not being so rude to people.
All right, okay. I'll take your advice. All right,
Okay, okay.
I won't be as rude to people, and I did. When I had the second conversation with them, I had to basically lick their ass, and they agreed with me in the end. But why do you have to go through that process?
Oh, so they're capable of agreeing with you.
Yeah,
so
but you have
see,
to
they can
lick.
change
You have to
your
say, "Oh, hello, how are you?" You have to fluff
Well,
them up.
But that's the way I talk to them. I'm
Get straight to
polite.
the point, have the conversation, and get done with
That's
it.
how. Okay, well, that's how it works. That's people tend to respond better when you're not a dick, when you're not being an asshole.
I can be direct with you, Armin. Do you know? I have a conversation with you. I can be direct. We can, we can flash out the, the talking points, etc., the facts, and then we come to our conclusions. But
Well,
with those
because I went through. I don't know, like, okay, so I have been me and my entire family has been attacked for the past 15 years. Okay, so it's not like what you say in comparison is not going to be that big of a shock to me. So it's not fair to be like, well, you can take it, so everybody else should. Like, I mean, what the hell are you talking about? You're comparing my experience that I have had through my life, and you expect everybody to be at that same level. Like, that's a very unfair expectation.
They're very sensitive people. I mean, let's be honest. The first time I went on that channel, he kicked
You
me
are
off.
sensitive.
He kicked me off.
Okay, you are here complaining about somebody calling you a terrorist.
I don't mind. You can call me a terrorist. Just don't ban me from the bloody chat. That's the problem.
You weren't banned. It was a timeout. Okay, fine.
Okay, I tell you what I do. I'm gonna watch the film. By the way, that's my priority. I want to watch that film because you really intrigued me into seeing how bad this is. So I'm gonna watch it, and I'll come back to you maybe on Friday or something, and or Thursday. Yeah, and just
I'm gonna email you the links, you guys, before we go live, so you guys know that we're about.
By the way, Armin, I'm contributing financially to this channel as well. I think I'm the only one out of the four of us here. You know, I just want to put that out.
No.
Supporter of Secular Jihadists. I'm a supporter of Navabi. I think you do so much good with the ex-Muslim movement. I think to compare you to Harris Sultan is an absolute insult.
No, that's not fair. Honestly, I have had some of my best conversations with Harris Sultan, so I don't know.
Yeah, you do. Like the conversation on Pakistan and Imran Khan was brilliant. That was Harris's best stuff. Why can't he do that all the time on his channel? Why can't he be like as nuanced?
I am the best when I also talk. Like I have some of my best talks with. I do better when I'm talking to Harris Sultan as well, because I think he's a good person. He's a good person to challenge your views. I think it's fair.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's open to your perspective because obviously you guys have been friends for a long time, etc., etc. But
because I don't call his friend the R word, maybe that's why.
I mean, she's your friend as well, essentially. You know, I mean, you.
Yeah, I mean, his close. Yeah, of course. But I'm saying his close friend. So.
I have a serious dislike towards Nuria. I just want to say that, but I won't say anymore. I'll jump off.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it.
I should go too. So we'll do this next week. Or like on Friday?
Yes, we'll do same time.
Tuesday or Monday.
Bye.
Well, okay. Email me the same time next week, but unless Satya wants it to be later. You want it to be later, Satya?
No, not this month. I'm talking about the 2 months after this.
Okay, we'll see. Okay, but for now, same time next week. Okay.
Yes. Okay,
Armin, just before I go, would you like to interview someone from Kashmir?
Wait, friendly Muslim, you can stay on, but Satya and Ibn Qayyim have to go. But you could stay on. We're not even done. Okay, we have to actually. Okay, bye, Satya.
So it's not done.
No, it's not done because I have Patreon questions, and I wanted to just continue with answering the Patreon questions while friendly Muslim is on, if he wants to. You want to stay on too?
Yeah.
Wait a second, let me check. Oh no, it's late. Okay. Bye.
Yeah, I'm fine to stay on. Just I'm going to be on mute for 3 minutes. I'm just going to go to the gentleman's.
Okay, sounds good. But
yeah,
you go.
I'm here.
All right, cool. All right, let me answer a Patreon question. God damn. I don't know if the patrons are going to stay behind to actually see if their questions are answered after all this stuff. Okay, so Gusala Kuchik is asking, please talk about the fallout between Iran and Turkey. What could this mean in the long term? So again, this depends on which fallout you're talking about, because there was 2 recent fallouts between Iran and Turkey. One over the Israeli issues. Let's actually, I have this ready here. There's 2 things that you could refer to. Relationship, not. So Turkey, there was I don't know if you guys know, there was the Iranian regime tried to assassinate some Israelis in Turkey as revenge for Israel successfully taking out key figures within the Iranian regime, right? And Mossad found out ahead of time, as they do, because Mossad is awesome. I don't know if friendly Muslim agrees with that. And Mossad is really good at what they do, so they managed to tell Turkey that this is happening, and Turkey stopped it. And also, Israel is constantly telling Israelis to get out of Turkey because the Iranian regime is after you there. But actually, let's look at what actually happened. So there's 2 events that might be referring to what Gusala Kuchik is asking us here. Okay, so it says, here's the news report of it. It says Turkey foils alleged Iran plot to kill Israelis in Istanbul. Turkish authorities arrested Iranians suspected of planning attacks on Israeli tourists and business people with pistols and silencers. So this is like what the Iranian regime does. Like the Mossad is killing Iranian regime officials working for the IRGC, and as a way to retaliate, and they do it successfully, the Iranian regime wants to retaliate, and they go after civilians. They go after civilians because they don't have, they can't go after anyone higher than that. Like, and they can't, and also Israel takes out Iranian regime officials in Iran, but Iran cannot do that within Israeli borders, so they have to find a way to do that outside of Israel, right? And even though these were civilians, and even though this was not in Israel, it was outside of Israel. The third difference is that Iran failed at this, but Israel was successful to do this against the Iranian regime people in Iran. So these are all the differences, right? And also, Pikachu in the live show is saying Turkey serving Israelis. Yeah, Turkey is getting very close to Israel, but even if they were not close to Israel, this is not something that they could tolerate. Like Israelis being civilians dying in Israel, that would be a big no-no. So it says, yeah, actually, I don't know if I want to read the entire article because this actually had a huge backlash for the relationships between Israel and Iran. There was a meeting between between Turkey and Iran. There was a meeting between Turkey officials and Iranian officials that was supposed to go through, and it was canceled because of this. Turkey is warning Iran that it's not allowed to do stuff like this. So this has been really bad for the relationship. But a more major thing that more recently happened, this is even more recent, is this. This is again relationship between Iran and Turkey. It says Iran's regional outreach tested as Turkey plans Syria operation. Iran walks a diplomatic tightrope as Turkey warns to launch a military operation against Kurdish forces in Syria, a key Tehran ally. So again, Turkey has a lot of interest in Syria because of the Kurdish fighters in Syria, and also Iran has a lot of interest in Syria as well. And the fact that both of these countries, Syria's stability is so. Whenever you have multiple different countries with different interests and agendas operating within your country, that's a recipe for instability. That's the best recipe for instability. Okay, outside interests in the country that are that are not in the same direction. Okay, so let's read a little bit more about this. Iran has upped its diplomatic efforts amid a warning from Turkey to launch a new military operation in Syria, a close regional ally of Tehran, against Kurdish rebels. In the past few months, you would think like this is actually Turkey and Iran would be on the same side of this, right? Because they're both against the Kurdish rebels. So I don't understand. Like, let's read a little bit more, because wouldn't this be something that being anti-Kurdish in Syria, wouldn't this be something that is within both the interests of Turkey and within the interest of the Islamic Republic of Iran? Okay, so it says, in the past few months, Turkish President Erdogan has said as soon as military and security preparations are over, Ankara will target terrorist Kurdish armed groups in at least 2 Syrian cities close to the Turkish border. Erdogan wants to establish a 30-kilometer safe zone and combat the U.S.-backed armed group People's Protection Units, or YPG, which Ankara considers a terrorist group. Ankara says YPG is linked to the Kurdish Workers' Party, or the PKK, which has waged a bloody armed campaign against the Turkish government for decades. PKK is dubbed a terrorist group by Turkey as well as the United States and the European Union. The arming by the U.S. of the Syrian Democratic Forces, or the SDF. SDF is basically just a YPG by a different name. So having links to YPG. Oh, yeah. So basically, the United States wanted to support the YPG, and they were like, well, the YPG is like closely affiliated with a terrorist group. So how about you guys rebrand yourself as SDF so we could give you money? So that's what happened. And Turkey was like, what do you guys think you're fooling us by just like, this is a paint job. We could see what you're doing. Right? So that's what actually happened, right? And it continues. Yeah, go on.
Sorry, and Iran opposes that move basically to make sure there's a 18-mile sort of safe zone.
Well, I don't know what the opposition is here because I'm trying to figure out, because both Iran and Turkey are against the Kurdish groups. So I'm trying to figure out what's the issue, what's the disagreement between Turkey and Iran here. Is it just like their operations are like mixing with each other? So I'm waiting to see where it's going to get to that at some point, I think. Here it starts here. So wait. So has frayed relationship between Ankara and Washington. So we know Ankara and Washington are not are disagreements over the support they have. But what about Iran? Here, Iran opposes the planned Turkish move as long along with Russia. So both Iran and Russia don't agree with this move. As along with Russia, As along with Russia, it is the biggest military backer of the government of Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. Okay, so that's what they disagree with. They don't like, yeah, we're all anti-Kurdish separatist movements, okay? But why you can't, this is why they disagree with it, right? Because they're both backing Assad's, this is Assad's country. Like Assad is supposed to maintain the control over the entirety of Syria, and Turkey is coming out and saying like this is going to be our safe zone, and they're like, hey, Turkey, our buddy Assad, this is his country. You can't just come and take out a piece and be like, we control this area. So that's the opposition. Iran has been following a balanced, quote unquote, balanced foreign policy as part of the President Ibrahim Raisi's plans to expand ties with Turkey amid its push for regional diplomacy. Okay, this is fluff. Iran's foreign minister Hossein Amir Abdullahian struck a soft tone when he met his Turkish counterpart, this weird Turkish name that I'm not going to try to read, as well as President Erdogan in Ankara last June. We understand Turkey's security concerns and talks about the possibility of a special operation in parts of Syrian soil. Abdullahian told reporters in a joint news conference with, again, his counterpart, which prompted speculation that Iran will not oppose a Turkish operation in northern Syria. Okay, so they're trying to keep it friendly. They're like, this is not cool, guys. This is not cool, but they're trying to tone it down. Okay, so the rest is about history lessons. Oh my God, the JCPOA. Okay, so basically that's what it is. The Iranians are very much interested in seeing Assad at some point maintaining control over the entirety of Syria, and this is not cool for them that Turkey is just constantly they're just like parked there in Syria, like we're just like move in and be like. But Turkey did that with the permission of the international community for didn't they do that? Like, didn't they get a green light from the United Nations to do this?
I mean, the other thing is, like, how can Russia, who have just invaded Ukraine based on the same premise of securing its borders and having a safe zone, oppose, Turkey in any way of having their own safe zone?
That's a very good point, actually. Turkey is like, you goddamn hypocrites. What are you talking about? Well, Turkey wouldn't do that to Russia because Turkey buys weapons from Russia, right? So but I think like Russia and Iran, even if they don't like this from Turkey, neither Russia or Iran are in a position to be aggressive against Turkey, right? Because Turkey is one of the few countries when it comes to Russia that hasn't aggressively condemned Russia over the Ukraine issue, right? So Turkey doesn't, in a world right now that Russia doesn't have that many allies, they don't want to alienate the ones that kind of half-heartedly stood by their side, right? So, and Iran is not in a position right now to be very aggressive against Turkey because Iran is also extremely alone. It doesn't have that many allies in the region. So to lose Turkey is a big deal right now. You know what I mean? So they're we don't like it, but we're talking, you know what I mean? We're just basically, we're not going to do anything about it. So Turkey feels very emboldened to do stuff like this right now, right? Because there's nobody that is stopping them. There's nobody that is telling them you can't do this, right? Oh, Satya just came back. Hello. All right. I think we kind of answered this question.
Hello.
I just wanted to, hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so
Did you want to?
I have to just go out to a marriage which is like near my house, but I just like it just came to my mind what I was saying in the last stream, so I thought that I might clear that out. So what I was saying is that the Islamic laws, which the Islamic personal law is following, is like directly based on the Sharia, and it is like directly from the Sharia, and the Hindu code bill is from like the it is very close to the Enlightenment, like the Western standards of
Can you
marriage.
take the microphone a little bit farther because you're blowing directly into the microphone?
Oh. Okay, so like the Hindu law is very like similar to the Western standards of marriage and inheritance. So what I was saying is, even if the BJP doesn't scratch the Hindu code bill that much, it will still be a Western law, a Western piece
It's
of
not.
law.
No, it's not. It's not West. Okay, first of all, it's not like the Western laws. If because it's based on Hinduism, right? So, for example, let's say you're for democracy, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm for democracy as well. Okay, I would think like the Enlightenment values are being betrayed if, like, Western countries says we support democracy because it says so in the Bible. That's
Agreed.
Okay, that would be extremely dangerous.
Yes.
Okay, that basically opens, like, sets the standards as like this. These are the source of our values, even if
Agreed.
if it happens that this time is like they're coming up with a good conclusion, right? So if you say
Yes.
like, oh, if we go to Hinduism and Hindu culture and their
Yes.
conclusions are somewhat good, so let's use that as a source of values. I'm saying this is like a very dangerous standards that you're setting. Not only that, you're actually
Agreed.
opening the door
To
to
more
if
extremism.
that yeah, and also to Islam being used in politics. Because
Yes.
why,
Agreed.
if you're allowing religion as a source of setting up laws and values for a country that has that many Muslims, why should it not be Islam? You know what I mean?
Okay.
You're like, well,
Agreed.
because Islam is bad. Like, yeah, but you didn't set that standard of. You didn't set it. The standard was not. Oh, we have independently verified that these are good values. The standards were this came out of Hinduism, and if that is the standard, then Islam is also open to. You have also opened the door to Islam and Christianity
Agreed.
and everything
But
else.
I haven't been able to explain what the Hindu code bill is. Earlier, before independence, Hindus could marry, like a Hindu man could marry many women at the same time, and like consent was a thing back then. Like most of the women consented, but still that's a bad thing in a third world country that women are one husband has three wives. The things were very bad
That's
like
not.
at that
That's
point
not
of
bad.
time
There's nothing
in a,
wrong with that.
in a third world country.
No, in any place, a man should be
Okay.
able to marry three wives or even more.
Okay, so I think I will debate this in the next stream, but like I am very short on time, so I might just explain what the Hindu code bill is right now. So Hinduism went through a reform 70 years ago only, and before that, the women in most of India didn't used to get property from when their parents died. Most of the women were like with their husbands, but right now Hindu women have to get like it is necessary for them to get their property, and in many of the cases, it is also the case that if like the girl says that I don't want this property and I want it to go to my brother, and the father has not said it in his will, then many a times that people have to pay the gift tax because the woman is essentially gifting the land to his brother. So
Okay,
the
wait,
Hindu
hold on.
code bill.
Somebody in the left side is saying, "What the heck?" Okay, my point is that a man should be able to marry as many wives as she wants,
Yes.
as long
Yes.
as a woman is also allowed to marry as many husbands as she wants. The
Okay, so
problem with Islam,
that was not the case then.
I know. The problem with Islam is not that men get to marry three wives. The problem with Islam is that it just makes only one side be able to marry multiple wives, and the other side is not allowed to marry. It should be equal. If men can marry like three or four wives, women should also be able to marry three or four husbands.
Okay, so
That's what
let
I'm
me
saying.
present
Yeah.
you with three scenarios. First scenario being what you're saying, that men are able to have three wives, but women are not able to have three husbands. The second scenario being that everybody has one partner only, and the third scenario being like everyone has multiple partners if they want. You are definitely for the second one more than the first one, right?
I'm for like less rules and government staying out of how we
No,
decide to have
second one. The
relations.
second one is
Right.
that one
Yeah.
partner for each person
No.
compared to
I.
Islam. Compared to
Oh
Islam.
yeah. Compared to Islam,
Compared to
yes,
Islam.
yes, yes,
So
yes.
right now the Indian government will most likely go in for that route, which the Hindus right now obey, which is against the Hindu laws, because the Hindu law has been reformed. It is Hindu in mostly name. It is Hindu in name only. So I think you should read it upon that, and next week we'll like talk on this. I'll just wait for
Okay,
your
but
2 cents on this.
okay, sounds good. But make your final point because I still have like 3 patron questions that I haven't answered.
Okay. So yes, my point was that what I was saying, I was not saying that we should, just because like we are not getting like enlightenment values, we should totally go in for the Hindu system. I think that will be a really bad idea. But
Yes.
yes, that will be a really bad idea. And so what I was talking about was that in case of personal laws, the Hindu code bill is Hindu in name only, and it is mostly Western. So I think if the government doesn't scratch that and totally changes the Muslim way of life, I think that will be a justified move.
Okay. I don't know the details, but I just know that even if the rules are completely like Western rules, if it has a Hindu name, that's dangerous because you're
Okay.
basically
Yes,
yeah.
agreed.
So
It
for
should have a
example,
name.
if you it should
It,
have
it
like
should be
a
named. It should be named Uniform Civil Code.
yeah, because for example, if I have the best values, like the best system, okay, and it has nothing to do with Christianity, okay, but then I come and say like, here are my Christian laws, okay, even though all of them are good and have nothing to do with religion, and it gets approved as Christian laws, you basically are um, giving undeserved authority and legitimacy and political power to Christianity, even if the laws are not based on Christianity. Do you understand the problem?
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
Okay,
I
good.
totally agree. But the bill was named Hindu Code Bill because it was supposed to be followed by the Hindus. It is like crystal clear in India, like in everywhere. If you like just do primary research, that it is not based on Hindu values. Hindu values were shit before that. I agree. About
Okay.
marriage, Hindu values were shit.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
All right. Bye. All right. So D was asking, can we ask questions that don't involve Iran? If so, see below. If not, please disregard, and I will try again on AR's Q&A. No, patrons can ask anything. It doesn't have. It have to be. It could be about literally anything, as long as it doesn't violate terms of service. Okay. It could be like, "Hey, Armin, what's your favorite color?" Or like, "Hey, Armin." Oh, and also it shouldn't put me in at security risk. Like, for example, like, "Hey, Armin, where are you going to be exactly at 5 o'clock next Tuesday?" I cannot answer that. Okay. Or things about my family or stuff like that. But you could be like, "What's your favorite show?" Like, "What's your opinions on Game of Thrones final season?" Which is actually one of the most. Hey, friendly Muslim, did you know that this opinion I have is the most controversial opinion I have? It's I think Game of Thrones last season was the best season of Game of Thrones.
I
I
don't
think
think that's
people hate.
controversial. Some people actually, well, oh, yeah, that's a bit controversial, isn't it? Some people,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't think the consensus would agree because I don't think some were saying they weren't fond of the last season.
No, I think it was the best season, and people think I'm insane when I say that. But yeah, you could ask it. But if you're a patron, you could ask me anything you want. Okay. So D continues by asking about Uzbekistan. So D says, "What's up with Uzbekistan autonomous region of Karakal? Well, okay, Karakal, Pakistan.
Pakistan.
Karakal, Pakistan, right? Media show. By the way, have you heard about this news? There was
No,
like protests. Yeah.
not in totality. So.
Okay, so Karakal, Pakistan. The media showed protesters bleeding in the street. Police and parliament say protesters tried to storm government buildings. It was reported that protesters were upset about losing the right to secede, and they won. Wait, protesters were upset about losing the right to secede. Yeah, they removed that, I think, from the constitution, give them being given that right. I think, I'm not sure, but from what I understand, it is mostly desert with high unemployment, and they're economically dependent. Why fight for autonomy of that? did this have more to do with the president trying to change the constitution? Yeah. Okay. So first of all, it's not just desert. I think it has a lot of gas, natural gas. No.
Yeah, I mean the reports are that 18 killed and hundreds injured. Unrest as state of emergency declared.
No. Yeah. Uzbekistan is like gas rich, natural gas rich. Yeah. But here. It's this is like, but I don't understand, like them being gas rich actually works in against the fact of secession. You were like, if they were mostly desert that didn't had anything, that actually work in their favor. Okay, because first of all, they're like almost half the country. This area of Uzbekistan, okay, is like 40% of the entire country. So you're not going to be able to secede because that's like we're cutting a country in half. But if it was actually a desert that didn't have anything, they would have been more likely to be able to secede, because if you're a gas rich part of the country, the centralized government is like, yeah, that's not going to happen. Like this is all our gas. We're not gonna just let you go. That's like you're dreaming, right? So I think like this works against them, right? Not in their favor. Also, let's actually look at what happened. I don't think they are under the illusion that they are able to secede. I think the secessionists might be like using that as a stick. And like, hey, like give us, because apparently they're really, really unhappy about how things, all the things you mentioned, the unemployment, the healthcare, a whole bunch of economic issues. And the secessionist movement is as a way to put pressure on the centralist government to like, can you do better, please, or else we're gonna like threaten you with secession, right? So by removing the secessionist option from the constitution, I think these people just was this was just the last straw on the camel's back. Like, okay, like our weapon has been taken away from us. I think that's how it's working out. But let's actually read an article about it. It's hard to read because the question is so long, so I'm just going to unselect the question, saying what we know about protests in Uzbekistan's Karakal Pakistan. Okay, so the ethnicity of these people. Okay, so this is like, by the way, this is not an ethnic war, between an ethnic conflict between Uzbeks and the ethnicity of Karakal Paks. Okay, there are two ethnicities here, Karakal Paks and Uzbeks, right? Istan just means the land of. Okay, so Uzbekistan means the lands of Uzbek, and Karakal Pakistan means the land of Karakal Paks. The tension between the government and the Karakal Paks is not an ethnic one. It is an economic one. It is like, we want better governance. You're not treating us fairly. Okay, so it says call for independent investigation grows as officials report 18 killed and 243 wounded in unrest in autonomous region. Rare protests in Uzbekistan autonomous Karakal Pakistan region. So they do already have some level of autonomy, and I think the question is like whether they can secede or not. Okay, so it turned deadly last week, according to the government, as President. I'm not going to try to say his names. As the president faced growing calls to allow an independent investigation into the violence, thousands of demonstrators took to the streets on Friday in opposition to proposed constitutional reforms that would have refused the province which borders Kazakhstan and the RLC the right to secede. Yeah, so this was in response to just changing the constitution and be like taking away the right. So apparently the constitution had given the Karakal Paks a right to secede with a referendum, if I think, right? I think it was a referendum. But they went ahead and just removed that from the constitution. And the issue also was if I remember correctly, that they just did it out of nowhere, out of the blue. They were like, no conversation with people, no like media coverage or anything. Like, just people woke up one day like, hey, your constitution has been changed. Your right to secession has been wiped out. The constitution. I'm like, wait, what? I just woken. I haven't had breakfast yet. I'm like, no time for breakfast. It's time for riots and protests in the streets. So that's what the Caracal Pax decided to do, because like, you can't just do this to us, man. You just changed the constitution out of nowhere. And they're like, the government says, like, yes, we can. In fact, not only we can do that, we can shoot you in the street for protesting. So apparently, not only you don't have the right to secede, you don't even have a right to protest because we shoot you. What was the number again? So the fact that protesting is not a right that they have either seems to be a surprise to them, judging by the bullets in their bodies. Wait, how many people were wounded again? 243 wounded. So this was very bloody. Very bloody.
They're also saying up to 10,000 people have been arrested, and also the internet and phone lines have been taken down also. And in terms of our friend in the comments, maybe Russia should just invade them also. I'm sure that would stop the protests. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry on Monday called Uzbekistan a friendly country and said the protests in Karakal, Pakistan were an internal matter, and it was confident that Tashkent would resolve it. So Russia ain't gonna come in either.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, this is okay. Cool. But again, like this was I heard that you shouldn't like, a lot of people get upset about the framing of the story because people think like people are coming into the streets angry over like these are all secessionists that wanted secession and they're coming out into the street wanting secession. Okay. And I think that's a misrepresentation. The actual representation is like, you just changed our constitution without any conversation. And now the conversation has also changed to like, dude, you just shot us for protesting. So that's now the main conversation. So anyways, we'll see where this goes. By the way, D, thank you for bringing this to our attention. Like, I don't think that many people are talking about Uzbekistan and protest and 243 people being shot and thousands of people being arrested over this stuff. Yeah. So that's, thank you for, I think it's important that we know these things. So thank you. We have a very good, list of patrons. Like our Patreon, the people who are supporters of us on Patreon, they pay attention to stuff. Okay, so makes our job very difficult here because they expect us to be the same. So you have to constantly make sure that you are up to date with the news. And also, if you're not, to just like have enough understanding of world politics to be able to, when you're reading it, to be able to have some nuanced conversation about it. So our supporters are high level, man. Oh, Vikram and Susie. Hey, hi Vikram, hi Susie. They're both here, so this is good. All right, here's another question. Oh, this is the last question. Okay, so Creationism Slayer 3000 is asking, have you read or listened to any good books recently? Do you ever read fiction? Yes, but I have stopped. The last fiction I've read was Mythos by Stephen Fry. But I have stopped reading fictions. And I've also decided to stop reading books and focus on academic courses on Wondrium. Link to our Wondrium account, to getting an account on Wondrium, is in the description. You get 14 days free trial, plus 20% off if you use the link in the description. Plus, we get the affiliate benefit. But I'm just focusing on Wondrium because it's better than books, in my opinion, because it's a university professor. It's less biased than books because it's like giving you objective analysis of all views. Usually when I read a book, I think like there's a certain the view of an author is it's obvious the book is biased towards the view of the author. But when I'm taking academic courses on Wondrium, all the different views are being put forth and compared objectively with each other, which I think is serving me a lot better. Plus, if you prefer having a written version of it, the courses come with show notes, like with the notes, with the course, not show notes, with the course notes, right? So the summary of all the things that were mentioned by the professor comes in a PDF format as well. So it's really good. Okay. And as every chapter is, I use it as a reference. So when I take a course on a history or philosophy or anything, I know that course, like that 30-minute course is all lecture of that specific course is always available for me, because usually the course is like has multiple lectures, like between 20 to 30 lectures, but each lecture is like half an hour. But every time I need a quick refresher on a specific topic, I remember taking the course and I go to that specific lecture and take a half an hour refresher. It's such a useful tool. So again, I suggest it to everybody. I was suggesting it before they were sponsoring us, but you could you could use your affiliate links, we get something, but I was suggesting it before as well. I do, however, think at some point I need to also go back to at least one book about the history of Iran. There's a book called Iran, which is about the history of Iran past from the Safavid dynasty up until after the revolution in Iran. So that book, I probably have to go and read that book, but right now I'm not reading books. I'm just, for knowledge, I'm focusing on academic courses. So take a look. And guys, if you do try Wondrium, please use our affiliate links. Okay, this is like a nothing. You don't have to pay anything extra, but we get something out of it. So please use the link in the description. What about you, Friendly Muslim? Do you read anything or interested in anything?
I'm on. I look at some academic papers at the moment. I've been doing some history on Islam, so I'm looking at different topics at the moment, and also creationism versus evolutionism, and yeah. So just look. I keep it varied in terms of what I'm looking into, but so far it's been Islamic history at the moment that I want to look into, and the
Wait, that's
argument
interesting.
sides.
Wait, before I ask you, Susanna is saying Armin is basically going to uni again on Wondrium. It feels like that. It feels like you're back in university. That's what Wondrium feels like. And Vikram is saying, I think social media has messed my brain up too much to be able to read a book fully. Well, then use Wondrium because it's visual. You see the professor there. You could put it on double speed. It's good for people that don't have their attention spans are not, they're too weak for finishing a book. Wondrium will help you make it a lot more engaging and a lot more visual. So if you can't finish a book, you can finish Wondrium courses and you can become a lot more knowledgeable as people who read a lot of books. In fact, there are a lot of history, like Friendly Muslim who just said that he's interested in history of Islam. There are courses on the Quran, the history of the Quran, on Islam. There's so many good courses on the history of Islam on Wondrium, especially the golden age of Islam, which I call the golden age of Arabs and Persians. There's an entire course dedicated to that. So if you're interested in that, take that course as well. But Friendly Muslim, why are you interested in the history of Islam?
I'm just generally having conversations. The Islamic Golden Age is something I'm aware of, but I haven't gone deep into it. But it is fascinating from the outskirts, the engineering, the science, the medicine that evolved, and the communities of education that were built. But yeah, no, definitely with Wondrium, 20% off on a 14-day free trial is something I'll be looking into for sure.
Yeah. But make sure, okay, so if you guys check this out without using the link, then I hate you because I don't know why you would do that. But thank you. What's the area? Why, I know you said you're interested in the history of Islam, but why specifically? Like, what are you trying to get out of it? I'm interested.
Just the great minds that are available at the time that I think have been forgotten. The science, the advances in medicine, things that came out of this era that people aren't necessarily aware of. And then Muslims can also be aware of these things, that there were a time where Islam had communities of pure knowledge. Because again, in Pakistan, I think that's being sort of forgotten about. Have you got something you're hiding there?
Yeah, oh yeah, you said that. I suspect that you are interested. Tell me if I'm wrong about this. Okay, this is a guess. Okay, don't get offended if I, by the suggestion of it. Okay, I suspect that there is an identity crisis among Muslims because of the way the Muslim world and Muslims are seen as backward, as their ways being inferior to the Western way. Okay, and this motivates some Muslims to go look back into the history to find Muslims and times where Muslim communities were ahead of everybody else as a way to rebuild that Muslim identity, to strengthen it. What do you think? Is that correct or wrong?
Yeah, or better understand. I wouldn't say you're far off, but yeah, I absolutely think that it's something that yes, there is a perception that it's all backwards and it's not progressive. But from what I've seen, some of the things like the water stations, gears, there are so many things that I saw briefly that were really advanced for the time, and philosophers as well, and great thinkers. So yeah, these are things that I would like to uh, revisit and let people know about also, that there was this golden age, and so we should bring those. And again, these communities were talking to each other. There were discussions amongst different people. So I think that's something positive. So yeah, I wouldn't disagree with your statement at all.
Okay, so I mean, I don't want to take that away from you, but my view is that the okay. So a lot of people who are against Islam, if they deny that that was a better, like an amazing time, like Muslims were very much at that time at the forefront of philosophy, art, and science, and they were ahead of almost all the world, like all the well, I mean, if you think about Middle East and Europe, Baghdad was ahead of everybody else. Like the only way you could like compare it to somebody else that might have been as ahead was if you go all the way to China. Okay, but ignoring China, uh, Muslims were ahead of everybody else at that time. Okay, and Baghdad was the heart, the center of art and science and philosophy, and for a time also the Spain was Muslim controlled. Spain was as well, right? Um, However, the issue is that this had nothing to do with Islam. This had more to do with wealth. Just like in Europe, when the Renaissance happened and Europe became the source of art, philosophy, and science, it had nothing to do with Christianity. It had more to do with European countries becoming filthy rich. And when you become filthy rich, you start investing in art, science, and philosophy. And the Arab and Persian empires also, when they started becoming filthy rich, they naturally started investing in art and science and philosophy. It wasn't anything to do, it wasn't because of Islam that they did that. So Islam doesn't get any credit for it. It's just they just happen to be Muslim. Do you know what I mean?
Well, thanks for the end of the movie spoiler. So, well, thanks. No, oh well, I just won't bother now. I had the aspiration that it had something to do with Islam, but thank you for eloquently bursting the
What?
bubble. And
What? No, I didn't burst the bubble because I'm an anti-Islam activist. So you shouldn't trust me, right? Maybe like I could be wrong about this. I am obviously a biased judge, right? You could like you could like maybe once you investigate it, you're like, no, Armin is wrong. I can see the direct influence of Islam here, right? So this is not bursting of the bubble. Maybe you go investigate and then you come and prove me wrong.
can we highlight Susanna's comment?
Yeah. Well, Susanna's like, I knew that Armin was about to shit on his dreams. Well, Susanna is also saying it's nice to have friendly Muslim back. I like him. Susanna likes
Oh,
you having him.
thank you.
Yeah.
Quite a fan of yours too. Um,
No.
and since we were on the topic, and I don't know if you're going to touch with Susanna, have you had any thoughts on this Cali poster at the moment?
And what?
The Cali poster.
Oh, not yet. Susanna sent it to me. I haven't reviewed it yet. We'll probably have it in the news. Don't ask me right now. I have
No, I'm
to.
not.
I have to.
I'm not.
Okay, well, you
I'm not.
tell what. What? Okay, wait. Actually, you tell me. What your views are.
The only
What's
thing
happening?
I'm quite surprised at is
But wait,
within
wait.
a
No.
very.
Explain first. Explain what's happening.
Okay, so there is a independent film, and oh, we're going to talk about it in the news. Okay, I'm not going to give a full spoiler. That's not fair to Susanna because she'll probably explain it a lot better. However, an Indian performance documentary based on a Hindu goddess, and it's got a poster, and in that poster, the goddess is smoking a cigarette, essentially. Now, this has caused uproar, but within this period of 3 to 4 days, India have already requested that Canada take down the poster of this film.
Wow.
That's the amazing thing, and comparatively, when it was about Muslim sentiments, the government seemed to keep quiet. But I'm sure you and Susanna will give a more in-depth.
Has there been any responses from Canada?
Not as far as I know yet, but I'm sure you and Susanna will cover this in detail because I don't want. I'm much
Oh,
like,
Kelly is also holding a pride flag in the.
yeah. I didn't want to. I wanted you to break that, Susanna. I didn't want to break that news. Also, I just
No,
thought
it's okay.
the cigarette was bad
It's the
enough.
new. It's the news. It's not like it's funny how you're saying spoilers. But okay. I do want to mention this other book. Okay, talking about Susanna because Susanna got me this book. Susanna got me this book, and this is called Muhammad. So I actually should have told you like actually there's two books that I want to read because other than these two books, I'm mostly focusing on Wondrium. But the other book is the one that Susanna got me called Muhammad and the Empires of Faith. Okay, so this one is not the time of the history of Islam that you're that interested in, friendly Muslim. This is like much earlier, like early Islamic history. Actually, I don't know. I think it all goes all the way to the Abbasid times as well. But it actually does a really good detective work in figuring out where the chains of hadith and how the narrative of Islam was constructed early on in its history. Okay, so if you're interested in Islam itself and a scholarly, non-biased look at it, read this book. Okay, because I read another book.
Who's the author?
Sean Anthony.
Okay.
Because these other books are very biased. Okay, so if you want to know whether Muhammad's history is historical or not, okay, these are the two main books that you could read. Okay, one of them is by a far right.
Oh,
Boo.
boo.
So this guy is like not. I mean, the book is well written, to be fair to him. Okay, but I don't know how. I cannot trust the man, right? Because he's just so. I wouldn't trust me. Like if I wrote a book about Muhammad, So, I mean, you can read it. I read it. I enjoyed it, but I wouldn't trust it because obviously the guy is like. It's good to get some perspective from somebody, right? But it's just so. It's not like it's trying to act like it would be fine if it was obviously an opinion piece, right? But it's meant to be like an academic piece of work. But I think for somebody that is this anti-Islamic, but also anti-Muslim, not just anti-Islam, I wouldn't reading this book. I wouldn't know how much of this was true and how much of this was propaganda. Okay. However, this book, Sean Anthony, this guy is objective. He doesn't have a skin in this game. He's not like anti-Islam or for Islam. He just like doing academic scholarly work. So if you want to know how credible the history of Muhammad is, this book would be a really good source of information. So this is another one of the books that is in my list of to read. So there's that. Yeah. Susanna, like Spencer is a loon. Yes, he's pro Hindutva. So
Oh yeah, I mean, I tagged him on a tweet because Harris has brought this to everybody's attention, and actually Spencer tagged Harris and said, "Oh well, there's another story," and Harris responded that, "Look, I could show you plenty of Hindu Vata stories, and you won't cover it." And he didn't respond. And then a story came about Hindu Vata attacking a Christian couple. And I tagged him and Harris into it and said, let's see if he actually does some criticism on that. And as yet, it hasn't been addressed at all. Have you seen his latest story about the baby's head being left inside the woman in Pakistan?
What?
Yeah, and he called that, it was a medical problem that happened, and he's claiming that was part of medical jihad, essentially. And that I can't even explain it. It's so terrible. But yeah, so
Susanna, is this on the news? Like we expect Susanna. Okay, is this recent?
Yeah, Susanna knows about the story.
Is this recent?
Yeah, within the last I think 4 or 5 days, he's
okay
published it.
God, Pakistan, and it's just like trying to like, you think you have seen the worst because like, every time they like, when we they challenge our.
This was a medical problem. This was like literally an out in the country hospital facility that had they weren't trained. Something happened, so it really was a medical thing. It's not intentional, leaving, a part in the. It's a terrible story, but he's actually.
Okay, so Susanna saying there isn't proof that it's motivated because the mother is Hindu. Seems like medical negligence, not bigotry.
Exactly.
But the fact that the mother is Hindu, how likely that is? Do you think it is that people are just going to spin it that this is like this was some intentional thing? This is what happens to Hindus in Pakistan.
Well, that's exactly what Robert Spencer has done. That's exactly what he's done. He's called it medical.
Really?
The term is medical jihad. Yeah.
Wait. I was like, I'm sorry, I missed that part. You're telling me that this thing that was just medical negligence, Robert Spencer is calling that medical jihad.
Yeah, along those lines. Yeah.
Okay, we need to cover this story. We need to cover Robert Spencer's spin on this story. Because that is insane. Are we sure that there's literally no evidence that suggests that this was intentional?
Yeah, I mean, it clearly wasn't. I mean, it's not.
Okay, this needs to be covered because we need to, like, honestly, if this is actually what's happening, if this is accurate, that Robert, like, we need to use this as a way to, like, go after Robert Spencer. Like, if you are calling a medical negligence and without any evidence, you're calling it medical jihad against Hindus in Pakistan, you need to be called out for this. Like, I seriously think we need to, like, call him out for this.
Yeah, I mean, Susanna's pretty up to speed on it.
Yeah, so no, Susanna is like says like she has to look more into this to see if there's more credible sources. But it's not just him. There's a lot of pro-Hindu people. So yeah, if you're a Hindu and something happens to you in Pakistan, they're gonna call it something jihad.
Well, the thing is, he links the original stories in his stories. So what he does is there'll be a story, and then he'll summarize it, and then he'll put it on his blog, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So you can always see the original source, and it's always a lot different to what the actual story is.
Yeah,
So that the way he spins it, which unfortunately is a terrible
Vikram,
thing. Yep.
Okay. Vikram is saying, have Robert on your show. Imagine the drama. He's a coward. He's not going to come on our show. Do you think? I don't think I've never seen him. Okay, maybe I don't know. Maybe he will. How about this? I will change my mind if he actually comes. He's not gonna come on our show. He's like, you guys are insignificant. I don't care about you guys. Why should I come on your show? That's probably the reason. You know. Anyways, but I would like to debate him because it would be so easy to debate him. I would like, why are you being so inconsistent? Why are you not calling this out? Why are you supporting groups like Hindutva that are, that are obviously using anti-Islamism as a way to fight Muslims themselves? Like, do you condemn this? Do you condemn that? Like, it would be so easy to put him on the spot, but I think he would know how it's so obvious to him, and he's so aware about his own inconsistencies and his biases that he would know that being on a show like this, he would be called out for that, and he wouldn't be able to survive that line of questioning. That's why I don't think he would go on a show like that.
Yeah, I mean, he tends to just ignore anything, any sort of comeback, and then he'll
Yeah,
just wait for the next thing and then carries on with it. But we haven't. Horace has invited him onto the show, I think, and he
he
hasn't
won't.
he hasn't responded. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a dangerous narrative, um, that every a medical tragedy can be turned into something like that.
Troll in the live chat is saying, "Hey Armin, since the Indian government is upset over Kelly having a smoke, how about blasphemous art showing her in a biker girl leather outfit with the spikes and stuff?" Oh yeah, that would be a good idea. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, we're also gonna do a blasphemous art with um Jesus torturing Lady Liberty because of the things that are happening in. I mean, basically tying her up and torturing her, and also having sex with her while she's tied up. What do you think about
Wow,
that? No, that would be.
wow,
I mean,
mind blowing.
I'm trying to say having sex with her because I can't say what the word R basically RAPEing uh the Lady Liberty because of all rights the rights that are being challenged in the United States. I think that would be a good art representing what's happening.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I've had when I speak to Christians in a comparative, because obviously, um, they've asked, well, why do you have such reactions? And I've asked, well, if this was portrayed of Jesus, for example, how would you react? And they'd say, well, they're fine. So, and again, Isa, peace and blessings be upon him, is a prophet of ours also. So, yeah, it would obviously, there is a, yeah, I mean, you've got a right to do it, I suppose, and that's what you're going to exercise your right to do so. So, how people respond is a completely different. Uh, yeah,
Well, I
that's
mean, people who don't like it don't have to see it, right?
yeah, that is that part of it too, and we have to know how to respond to it. I mean, I'm
I mean, why would people who love Jesus be upset? He's like, we're gonna show him having a good time.
yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. I can understand your position on that. I really can,
Like
because
for example, when in our blasphemous art, whenever we portrayed Muhammad, when Muslims are upset, like we never portrayed him like in a bad way. Like it's sexual, like, but obviously people like us, we don't see sex as a bad thing, right? Like maybe like you see, like we are portraying Muhammad in like he's always having fun, he's always having great sex, or something is being done to him that he's enjoying, and he's portrayed very beautifully with like great abs and a beautiful like set of hair and face and everything. So like, oh, this is offensive. But, like obviously, our views are that sex is not a bad thing, or BDSM is not a bad thing. So maybe like, yeah, I was exaggerating. Like we wouldn't obviously do RAPE. Like it would be look like, so we wouldn't do that. It would like they would both be enjoying it. Okay, so I was just exaggerating. So yeah, so it would be fine. Like Muslims who, for example, get offended about seeing Muhammad in that way. Of course, we understand that. That's why we don't show them our art, right? anybody who wants to see our art, they just see it the way that they just come and see our art.
Yeah, no.
Or some people come see our art and then come. So, but yeah, but go
There
on.
is this ongoing discussion as to where the lines are and where people can feel offended or not. I think that's something that's always being monitored, I suppose, and what is offensive and what is not. So, is this poster offensive for this movie, the Kali poster? And so so they could peacefully protest their discomfort at something. You wouldn't object to that, would you? Them peacefully protesting.
Oh no, I don't object to it. I just don't understand it. What are they protesting?
Yeah,
No,
freedom of
like for example,
expression.
let's say for example, we're making art for ourselves and we're enjoying it, okay? And some people are saying we're offended by this, and let's say they are objecting to us making the art, okay? And like our response is like, we understand you don't like this. This is why we're not forcing you to look at it. So if they say, so okay, you explain this to me, and you're like, no, we're still opposing you making this art, okay? So help me understand, what is it exactly that they're opposing? Like, we're making art for the people who like it. We're not making it for the people who don't like it. So what's the objection here?
Yeah, with me, I have a position that I'm still coming to on it. Because as a Muslim, it would be, yes, I'm offended that you are representing one of our prophets in any type of way, because obviously religiously we do not encapsulate them in drawing. However, from a secular lawful point of view, you are not breaking a law, and therefore I cannot also object to your lawful
Well, no, we're not
expression.
talking about law. We're talking about morality here. Obviously, nobody here is breaking a law, okay? But morally, is it justified or is not justified? You're saying, as a Muslim, I would be offended that my prophet is drawn in that way, okay? Yeah, but the thing is that you don't have to see the drawing. Do you know what I mean? Like, for example, if I all of a sudden right now, short, like just pop the drawing on the screen and you saw it, this would be really a horrible thing, like immoral thing on my behalf. All right, I know you don't like to see it. I didn't give you the choice not to see it, and I just made you see it without you choosing to not see it. Okay, that would be immoral. Okay, because you
That's
don't like it.
I think
Right?
that's I actually regard that as quite polite and morally correct of you to do that. I think that's actually showing quite a bit of consideration that you would give me an opportunity. Oh, that's cool. I mean, I think that's above what you actually would have to do. I think you've also got a right to just pop it up.
Well, yeah. I mean, I have the right. I mean, these are two different. These are two different
Yeah,
areas,
so
right?
it's the moral
Whether I
aspect.
have whether I have a right to do it or not is a legal question. Whether it is the correct thing to do or not is the moral question. Okay,
Yeah.
obvious. I can have a right to do something that is evil. You know what I mean? For example, I have a right to cheat on my wife. I do have that right, right?
Yeah.
But it's not a moral thing to do. Legally, nobody could challenge me for doing that. There's no laws against it. Okay. So just because I have a right to do something, it doesn't mean it's a good thing to do. Okay. So I have a right to like just show the art to you without your permission. But morally, that would not be the right thing to do. Right.
Mhm.
So, but again, like I just want to understand from the like Hindus or Muslims who are like, oh, we are, this, it's immoral for you to make this art. I'm like, I still don't understand how could they tell me that when I have not forced the art upon them. Anybody who doesn't like the art doesn't have to see it. Like, I like, it's like a book. You could think like your book is offensive, right? And your book, your opinions in this book is offensive. Well, if you're offended, you don't have to read it if it makes you uncomfortable, right? Isn't that a simple solution to all of this
Yep.
here?
Yep. No. I can't disagree on that position. Also, are you offended by hell or the
Offended
concept
by
of hell?
hell?
Yeah.
Yes, I am offended.
Oh, interesting. Do you?
I mean, doesn't it make wouldn't does it not make sense to be offended by hell? The idea that just casual agreement between a vast, group of people around the world that people who don't believe in this ideology are deserving of eternal torture, like just casually just agreeing with that. I mean, is it not that just? I find the fact that humans are capable of just agreeing to that claim in mass numbers, I find that extremely offensive.
But to an atheist, this is where it intrigues me. To an atheist who doesn't believe in God or a hereafter, essentially, then why would a fictional hell be offensive?
Well, it would be the same as like me, if I came and said like, hey, I think Muslims, for example, are deserving of this punishment. Okay, it's never going to happen. Like, even if I think it's never going to happen, the mere agreement that I think they're deserving of it, is it not offensive? Like, if you're like, just for the, just the mere belief in Islam, if you are a Muslim, makes you deserving of, I don't know, eternal torture forever, right? Whether or not it's true that it will happen or not, my belief is offensive. So yes, I don't think there's hell for us to, I don't think we're going to go to hell. But just the fact that so many people in the world believe that I am deserving of eternal torture simply because I don't have a religion, that's like unsettling. You know what I mean? Like, I think as somebody who is a Hindu or a Muslim or a Christian, or a Jewish, especially if you're a Jewish person, right? They're like, people are understanding, can easily be compassionate towards a group of people who are a vast majority of other people are hating on them. Okay. But when it comes to atheists, all of a sudden, none of that level of compassion is not there. Like, even, for example, let's say that Muslims were not being violently attacked. Okay. But there was a whole book, billions of people around the world that think that these people are inferior to the point that they deserve to be tortured. Okay, people are like, oh my God, there's so much hate against Muslims around the world. This is unsettling. Okay, or against Hindus, or against Christians, or against Jews. Okay, but there seems to be some huge level of agreement on this planet about the inferiority of atheists, to the point that their gods have agreed to torture us for eternity or for a very long time when it comes to Hinduism. And nobody seems like, not that many people are like, on the side of like, we need to do something about all these hate against. Like, I mean, it's not just their opinion. They're celebrating their sacred books that is explicitly describes this in this books. I mean, yes, hell is not real, but what is this? All this praising of books that is endorsing our torture. Like, don't you find that? Wouldn't you find that problematic?
Yeah, no, I can see where you can have that apprehension also, because it is put in scripture essentially, so it goes beyond a thought. It is a thought, a revelation, and it is also put in the various religious texts about the people that disbelieve.
I mean,
essentially,
the way the Quran, like, if you read the Quran cover to cover, okay, one of the words that constantly comes up is kafirun. It's my people, okay, right? And it's usually always
the tribe of the Kafiruns, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, okay, like, imagine they book like a Quran, okay, and you take out everywhere that it says the Kafirun and replace it with Muslims, okay? This would be identified as a hate book against Muslims, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Muslims can also fall in line with Kufrism also, and shirkiness.
No. I'm not talking about that. Okay, I'm talking about a book
Okay.
that was the mirror image of the Quran, but it was talking about Muslims the way that the Quran talks about Kafirun, most Muslims would identify this book as a hate book, as a book that is against Muslims, as that's promoting hate against Muslims. But when they can't see the same thing when their book is talking about the Kafirun. Like the excuses they make for why this is like not a hate book about the Kafirun, they wouldn't make the same excuses if a book was written that was saying the same things about Muslims.
Okay, I'm gonna have to ponder that one deeply on that one. Yeah, no, I'm taking on board everything you say. I'm glad that I've got your perspective on it, because it's interesting to me to get your exact view on hell and why it's offensive to someone that doesn't believe in the hereafter. So I will definitely ponder that one.
Okay.
But okay, so yeah, no, for another topic that'll be good, because I would like to see also the people that would actually go to heaven also and still have a chance of going to heaven. And I've done there's been some interesting reading that not necessarily everyone that is a disbeliever, some people that are righteous, that believe in good deeds, would still see an avenue to the hereafter. So, okay, right. If it was just for the worst of people that really harmed people, and not just disbelief, but you were still a good moral person that still cared about people, cared about charity, helping people, vulnerable people, all these sort of attributes of a good person, and there was still a way for you to go to heaven, essentially, would you still be as offended? Say if hell was reserved for the most hateful, nasty.
Well, I would still be offended, but I wouldn't be as offended. Okay, I don't think anybody deserves to be burned alive like that. Not even the worst people. I don't want to, but I would obviously be less offended. But the problem is that the Quran is literally the opposite of what you described. The way that heaven and hell works in Islam is that you could be the most charitable, kindest person in the world, and if you're not a Muslim, you're going to burn forever. And the opposite is true. You could be a Muslim that has committed the greatest sins, excluding shirk. If you haven't committed shirk, you could do tawbah right before you die, and if you really meant it, you could go straight to heaven. Okay?
Yep.
So it's the opposite of what you described.
Okay, but then there is a... Okay, all right, no, we're going to revisit this one. I think there's some interesting concepts in the future that we could dive into.
I mean, but to be fair, it's the same with Christianity. Like in Christianity, if you're not a believer in Jesus, even if you're the kindest, most charitable, sweetest person that has ever lived, but hasn't accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, after death, you're going to go right to hell. And the opposite is true. If you are, child molesting, genocide committing, evil dictator, but you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, he's just going to wipe away all your sins and you're going to go straight to heaven. So same thing with Islam, and same thing with Christianity.
Okay.
It just doesn't work. It doesn't work with any sane moral system. Doesn't allow the punishment and reward system that exists within Abrahamic or Hindu faith or any faith. Yeah, there hasn't been any good. And also, nobody. By the way, here's the thing: the point of punishment. Okay, so let's say, for example, you die. Okay, and you were an evil person, and now you go to let's say your system, you're like, hey, how about an alternative? How about we put away whether you're Muslim or you're Christian, it doesn't matter. Good people go to heaven, really, really evil people go to hell. Okay, it still doesn't make any sense. Why are we torturing the people? Like the whole point of punishment is to avoid greater harm, but this is after death. They cannot do any more harm. Their torture would be pointless. Like, are we just the point of torture at that point would just be to satisfy our desire to see pain from people that have inflicted pain. But then that shows a sickness within us. Like, why are we getting pleasure out of this pain? Like, we're basically getting closer to their level. Like an evil person that has caused a lot of pain, their pain is not going to solve anything unless it's going to stop some act in the future, some crime in the future. Like, that's why you might use punishments as a form of deterrence. But punishment in hell cannot be used as a point of deterrence because there is no after. This is the end point. Right? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. There's some interesting stuff that's come out recently.
We're just horny for torture because we're like, hey, we want to see you suffer because you made other people suffer. This desire of revenge is not that important to satisfy. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't serve any purpose.
Do you think
like, I want to see people in pain? Like, who gives a crap about what you want? We want to reduce suffering in this world.
So do you think that the thought of a hereafter, of eternal punishment, is a deterrent to somebody?
Well, not to the people who don't believe in it.
Not the Atheist Republic, obviously.
Right.
Right. Fair enough.
Right.
Fair enough.
Right.
I take on board your points. I will ponder them deeply, and I will do some further research on some aspects that have just some stuff that's come out recently, and we shall continue this one. But yeah,
I think the whole idea of hell is mostly there. I mean, it's mostly there for conformity, but also it satisfies the desire of people who want to see the people who disagree with them in pain. You know, it's just like they're just horny for pain among the people who don't agree with them. You know what I mean? And this is just satisfying a fantasy. This is why they tell us that in heaven there's a place where you could view hell. You could there's a place where you could go and watch people who are suffering for enjoyment.
Someone asked me this question, and they were like, "Well, would you like to see someone?" I was like, "Depending on who it was, if I was being really brutally honest, and in this lifetime there was some real evil piece of, that caused major suffering to people." Well, would I not like to see that, get a bit toasty up there?
Forever?
I mean, I'd change the channel. I mean, you wouldn't watch it forever. I mean, you just maybe the first 5 minutes you'd be like,
No, wouldn't you think like it's too forever for them is too much? There's no crime that deserves that levels of punishment.
So you're saying the worst crimes on this life was it an infinite crime? How could a crime that was not infinite deserve an infinite punishment? That's a very good point. I like that. I'm going to ponder that one too. All right, you brought some great point. I like this. I like these topics of pondering. Yeah, great. All right, yeah, there is one more, but we'll leave it for another episode because. All right, if we've got 5 minutes, because it actually involves you, because after I spoke to you, so this is what happened was, remember I asked you, should Muslims, speak out, essentially, and if they don't, when an act of terror happens, like for example these two men that committed this crime in India against this tailor. So a couple of days before that, I was on a stream with some, educated Muslims that I quite respect. And they said that, sometimes it's viewed that your silence is complicit. That if you don't speak up on every single thing as a Muslim, then, your natural disposition is that you agree with it. And so I took on board what they said. And then I spoke to you and you said, you're right, you would get offended if someone, thought that you agreed to this horrible act. That was the natural default, that you had to say that you disagreed with it. And then I spoke to another ex-Muslim, a female, and I asked her the same sort of question. And so we kind of got into a heated argument because she actually said then that, if you're not voicing your opinion, then deep down, secretly, you agree with something that's happened. So, I took on board what she said also, that I am complicit. I mean, she got actually quite angry at me. The first thing I didn't say was, I condemn what's happened, and um, that should have been the
That's a
first.
very unfair accusation. That's a very unfair accusation. Just because the first words that didn't come out of someone's mouth, just because like I'm like you're not. If a Muslim is not going out of their way to condemn every single attack that is happening, they must somehow deeply inside agree with it. That's like a very unfair accusation. Don't you think? Don't you feel like that's an unfair accusation?
No, I did. I mean, I took on board what she said, so I don't want to. I mean, she got quite angry with me, and she put me backstage. But that's fine. I've got no
I know.
animosity.
I just think that's an unfair accusation. Like I'm pretty sure. Like actually, wait, I might have already. I'm pretty sure there are like atheists that have committed like extreme amount of violence that I haven't like
That's
that we
what I thought.
covered that I
I thought,
haven't condemned.
yeah, I thought. Well, hang on. When every atheist commits something, or every crime that's committed, and it doesn't happen to be a Muslim, then where are the voices from the atheists? Then
Wait,
essentially,
wait. I haven't. Oh, maybe we did because we covered it in the news. Okay, but if we didn't cover it in the news, okay, there was an Iranian recently in Norway that committed a crime during Pride Parade, right? Iranian Islamist guy, right?
yeah.
Do you remember? Yeah, that was the news. Okay, so he killed people in the Pride. Okay, but honestly, if we didn't cover it in the news, I wouldn't have condemned it. Okay, as an Iran, like he was Iranian, I'm Iranian. Am I supposed to come and condemn it, or to just would I? Like I don't understand.
No, that's fine.
Do you do?
Also, and I'd like your take on this. The guy in Norway, and it was a
Who is this ex-Muslim that you're talking about, by the way, Vikram? Like, is this like on a show or something? Like, or like, if it's private, don't tell us. But if was it like, who was it? Like, was this on something public that you could tell us?
yeah, but
Or like,
I don't necessarily want to out her out in any way because
okay, don't tell.
she's an associate of. I don't want to do what Ibn did and start mouthing off about someone. I Harris knows her also, and I said to him that I said we had a bit of an argument, and how do you think I with my behaviour out of order or whatever it was. But I'm going to speak to him also about it just to generally get feedback. I don't hold any resentment. It's just an interesting thing because obviously on Twitter I'm quite active with making sure that I was retweeting any Muslim voices that are condemning these sort of actions. I know, for me, I still believe that we should raise up our voices and people should be aware that we don't.
There's no should. I think it's better.
Yeah, it's better.
I don't think
Yes, that would be
it's
the better.
better if you're. Yeah. There's no should. Here's what I think. Okay, I think there's so much evil in the world. Okay, that there's enough for us to pick and choose. Okay, we cannot fight all the evil. Okay, there's more evil. There's enough evil for all of us to go around. Okay, so if you're like silent about some of them, nobody can come and tell you. If you're picking up enough fights against different evils in the in the world, nobody can come and like, hey, why didn't you pick up a fight against this evil or that evil? Like, hey, my hands are full. Like, what do you want me to do? I can't fight them all. I'm picking and choosing the ones that I'm passionate about, or the ones that I have experience with, or the ones that keeps me up at night. And you're the one who should choose. Like, other people can't choose for you. Like, I choose for you to fight this evil because you're associated with their brand. I'm like, no, screw you. I picked the fight that I want to fight. Okay. I mean, if somebody asks me, do you condemn them? I'm like, yeah, I do. Okay. But I'm not going to, by default, just tell you just that I condemn them just because you're associating me with them. Like, because that comes across as if, like, if I didn't condemn them, then I must agree with them. I don't accept that charge. I don't accept that claim. You know?
True point also. No, it's good. I mean, I and again to people in the chat, I don't want to mention it because it's not a thing that I got offended by. It's just a good different arguments and in some ways and having different thoughts about these situations.
Also, by the way, also one thing I want to clarify: a lot of ex-Muslims or anti-religion activists keep saying like, "Oh, it doesn't matter that you're offended." Like, I know because you keep saying I'm not offended, okay? As if being offended is a bad thing, okay? There's nothing wrong with being offended, okay? And sometimes the right thing is to get offended. Okay, I think that a lot of anti-religious activists or ex-Muslims have got this wrong. The point is that your offense should not dictate my censorship. That's the point that they should be making. Like, in fact, it's better to come. Like, if you're offended by something, it's better to communicate to me, because how could I, if I want to be moral, okay, when I want to say the things and do the things that I want to say, I want to make sure that I am only saying it and doing it to the people who are allowing me to, because I don't want to force my content upon anybody. The best way to do that is for people to communicate what they're offended by, as long as that communication of what they're offended by does not come up with a demand. It's like a request. Okay, if it's a request, like, hey, this offends me, like, okay, I wouldn't do it in front of you. Thank you for telling me. I don't want to, without any reason, to hurt your feelings. Okay, but unfortunately, when it comes with a demand or with a show of strength and force and intimidation, especially, or laws, then I'm like, I now have to offend you, because there's a bigger game that we're playing here. Okay, if you say like, hey, this cartoon offends me, like, okay, thank you for telling me, I want to show you. Okay, if you say, hey, this cartoon offends me, if you publish it, I'm coming for you. I'm like, okay, game on. I'm gonna make 1,000. I'm gonna make 1,000 more of it, right? Because now our freedom of expression is being challenged, right? So I have to make sure that the freedom of expression is not being challenged here, because I have to defend it. So just request me, and I will respect what, and I will try to not offend you when I can. But when you come at me with laws or intimidation, we have to make sure that these methods, intimidation or laws, don't work. So everything that you are intimidated or like offended by, and you want to use force as a way to silence us, we have to make sure that we say it, amplify our voices in that respect. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it really does. No, I'm thankful for the conversation, actually, because I get to get your take on these things also. And there may be some even with fellow Muslims, that they may have thoughts on prerequisites on your actual thoughts on something, and why you do something, and where it comes from. But I've actually found you to be quite moralistic in being open to someone saying that, yeah, this does offend me, and you're actually validating that. Okay, fine. Well, I'll make sure that I'm not stuffing it in your face. Essentially, I'll be we'll find a way that you do not get access to it or see it. I think that's a very fair position, which I'm quite intrigued that I've learned from this conversation. So it's always good. Friend,
Okay.
well, it's been a good session. I feel like I've received some therapy in the middle of this and learned some new things.
I like talking to you, so thank you for coming.
All right, buddy. Have a good week, and speak soon. Thank you to everyone in the chat, and take care.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
See you next week.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Guys, I'm going to end the stream now, but please share this video. Tell people to come and watch these discussions and like the video. And yeah, do all the things so that this channel, we want to make this channel grow somewhat. Okay, so support us. I think we're having some really good conversations here. Yeah, people are saying great conversation. Well, thank you. Yeah, so help us get more people here. And yes, he's saying also this guy is really sweet. Yes, he is. Yeah, I like talking to him. And also, yeah, our Hindutva fans are pretty good here too. Like we're making good friends both among Hindutva and among Muslims here. So I think it's a good way to show people that even with our disagreements, we could have really good conversations. So yeah, all right. I'm gonna head out. Bye.